the topic that I discussed yesterday. Before we start this session, I'd like to give you a recap of whatever things I discussed over there. I started with the seriousness of the topic, identity construction, identity interpretation. This topic today has assumed so much of significance. Lots of research is being done because it has been politically charged. Because it is politically charged, it has been discussed in academic circle in different ways. And if you ask me why this situation, why are we talking about identity today? There are three reasons. I discussed these three reasons in my presentation. Increase in immigrant population, that's the first reason. And evolution of hybrid nation as a result of that increase in immigrant numbers. So increase in immigrant numbers, and then the consequence of that is evolution of hybrid nation. The third one, construction of nations with multiple identities. So when these three factors come in, obviously there's going to be confusion. There's going to be friction. There's going to be misunderstanding. Each group will be fighting for its own space, its own identity. So these are the three factors which have actually complicated the whole process. Then I talked about theoretical background, theoretical discourse in identity studies. I was giving kind of a trajectory of different opinions, starting with postmodern views. In postmodern views, identity belongs to fluid category. There is nothing fixed. Things keep on changing. All normatives subject to change. That's postmodern. We can give examples later if you want. Then post-colonial view is identity a construction, ideological basis and moral commitments, which would result in this kind of construction. We can bring in gender, class, and so many other segments. These are all our own constructions. In feminist interpretation, feminist view, identity is as a result of the resistance, because science and technology revolutionize our ways of life. But the kind of changes that we have seen in the lives of men, we have failed to see in the lives of women. So there are certain factors, social, political, cultural, religious factors, preventing women from becoming what they are capable of becoming. Identifying those forces of oppression and recognizing those forces, and then raising issues against them and finding your own space. This is feminist way of looking at identity issues. Then structuralist interpretation is identity, language interconnected. There is no identity beyond language. Language and structure determine the things that we know. The subject of the discussion doesn't belong to the world, but it belongs to world. It is the language which limits the subject. So this is structuralist way of understanding identity issues. And post-structuralists, they question the structuralist perspective in simple ways. Post-structuralists question the structuralist binary oppositions. Post-structuralists talk about they are not binary opposites, they are paired relations. We need the other to have a complementary effect on what has been at the center. Then deconstruction. In deconstruction, I'm just running very fast now because I'm going to sum up the whole talk in 5 minutes time. In deconstruction, once we use language to talk about identity, then there is an implied understanding that we are using language to talk about reality. Once reality is linguistically formulated, linguistically determined, it becomes indeterminate. So discussion on identity would lead us nowhere. After having discussed all, I talked about post-human perspectives. In post-human perspectives, before we enter, we need to remember two important concepts, belongingness and freedom, how they look at these two things. I was unpacking the meanings of belongingness and freedom in post-human context. I said, belongingness, sense of belonging, we identify ourselves with a larger part body. This is called affective sense of identification. But as a result of this affective sense of identification, there is something else happens on the other side. The body with which we get ourselves identified with, that body takes us as their property. As a result of this takeover, my rights, my individuality subjected to the collective sensibility. So here, there is a friction between me as an individual and as a member of the society. So how can we deal with this friction? We need to identify, we need to discuss and identify more creative ways of belonging so that it's going to become less suppressive and more creative. Then we have the second important issue, freedom. How freedom has been discussed in post-human world. I was arguing that there is no freedom at all. Freedom in post-human context is a myth because all our opinions are manufactured. There are lots and lots of devices, applications monitoring us. They are all influencing us, Facebook, Twitter, Google, Amazon, so on and so forth. As a result of this, I can't be what I am. I can't be what I choose to be. So they identify my group. They identify what I should like and what I should not like. So I'm losing out. And feelings are biochemical reactions. It's algorithm. We take decision based on probabilities, calculating probabilities. So in future, this is going to influence us so much. And then as a result of this influence, they'll be using this technology, they'll be using these devices to manufacture opinion. They'll be using it for political mobilization. And there are lots and lots of negative consequences as a result of this. Then within this post-human perspective, there are so many different areas like cultural posthumanism, which examines the assumption of human nature, critical posthumanism, which is a theoretical approach which deals with the deconstruction of humans. We have philosophical posthumanism. It talks about anthropocentrism. I discussed in the previous session the difference between humans and chimpanzees. You know, are we better in collective level or in individual level? I was arguing. Then I was talking about fictional reality and objective reality. I was discussing this to argue that humans have to stay here. Only humans can create fictional reality. Animals cannot. They'll be able to understand only objective reality, whereas you and I, we all can create fictional reality. As a result of this, we have institutions, beautiful institutions that we have. We have nation, we have country, we have religion, we have culture, we have language, all these because of this fictional realities. And we transact. This is because of the fictional reality. And there are two things which are contributing, communication and cooperation. So I talked about these things in the previous session. After having discussed cultural posthumanism, critical posthumanism, and philosophical posthumanism, I think I touched upon new materialism and posthuman condition. That's the condition that we are into right now. And then metahumanism. Metahumanism talks about civilizational disaster. And then there are three disturbing questions. What does it mean to be human? Is human close to notion? And how humans can evolve? These three things we debated. Humans, what it means to be human. We should come out of these biases, anthropocentric biases. We are actually a life form. We should not thrive on the life forms of others. So we need to understand our own space and our own limitations. And is human a closed notion? Then I argue that it is not the case. Ihab Hassan talks about a new version of humanism. We are using the term posthumanism out of our helplessness. It is actually humanism in new way. It's a humanism emerging itself, but we have no other expression except posthumanism. So humans can evolve. Technology can never be deterministic. We know how to handle this situation. Then I argued why humans should stay by giving some examples over there. Then I talked about power. The power that was above, it has been brought down. Power with God, and then came back to the representatives of the God, and right now with individuals. And then when the individuals can be exploited using technology, and how we are going to use the power for the betterment of society. So this is the debate that that I engaged myself in the previous session. I ended my discussion with two caveats: that nothing to worry about it because we know how to handle the situations we evolve, and technology can never be deterministic, so we will be able to handle it. Then at the end, I quoted Malcolm Muggeridge's statement that modern man, 21st century man, has decided to abolish himself because he is tired of the struggle to be himself. And this man has created, that the man has created, emptiness out of his affluence. And he has created, weakness out of his erotomania. So at the end of the day—
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, a student has posted a question. Could you answer that, sir?
I'm sorry?
A student has posted a question. So that is, what should be done to promote a sense of acceptance and respect among people for various identities around them today? So it is in the chat box. Could you answer that?
I'm sorry. I'll answer it. I'm sorry, I can't read the question. Please, you read the question to me.
Yeah, I read it again, sir. So there are two questions. Probably with that, we can close there. One is, what should be done to promote a sense of acceptance and respect among people for various identities around them today?
Yeah. Now, there are two important things. The first one is discussion and discourse. We should have open-mindedness to talk about this issue today. So we have to bring this to the forums to discuss, to understand that we have, of course, we have our own right of existence. Similarly, others too have got their own rights of existence. So we need to negotiate with one another. We should discuss, we should identify our own space, we should negotiate for the space with one another. And the result of the negotiation is the space that has been granted. That's one thing, for which we have so many structures and systems that we have here. But in post-human perspective, we go beyond just people with identities. We have to accommodate the other species too, even other life forms too. So moving away just from identity issue to life form, representation of life in multiple forms, different colors and different bodies, different shapes, all people, they have right to stay here. So for this question, my answer is that negotiation, discussion, dialogue with all the members, and then as a result of that, we have to come to a consensus to know where we actually belong, and how much of space that we can take. So for this, I think we need to promote free discussion, academic discussion, open-minded discussion. We have to collectively conceive the questions, and we have to stand before the power. We have to ask this question, and we have to bring them to accountability. We have to bring them to books. The people who actually vitiate this, we have to bring them to books. So this kind of awareness required, for which education going to play an important role. But I'm afraid of using this term education, because in post-human world, they question this education process because of this education process, and we have the arrogance that we are superior. We are superior life forms. Even that arrogance, we have to subject that arrogance to the limitation. We have to subject that to even scrutiny. So I think through discussion and debate, through negotiation, we'll be able to put an end to this. Yeah. Hello, are you with me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next question is, the next question on the chat is, sir, yesterday you mentioned post-humanism as just a transformation from humanism. How far then do you think that humans are descended from the system? Can post-humanism be coexistence between all organisms?
Yeah, it's a very, very good question, because I was subscribing to the view of Ihab Hassan, because humanism should not come to an end. Humanism would find its ways to represent itself in many different levels. And what we are talking about today in the context of posthumanism is humanism in a different way. And we have no other expression except this expression posthumanism to deal with this. So we are using this expression helplessly. We are using this expression posthumanism merely out of our helplessness, but it is actually humanism in different ways. And for the second part of the question, humans have to stay here because we will not be able to organize things in this world unless and until humans stay here. But at the same time, this organization should not be detrimental to the other life forms. So what I mean by organization is that we develop our own system of administration. We develop our own ethics. And all these things possible because we know how to negotiate and we know how to create fictional reality through the negotiation. Whereas animals and other life forms may not be able to do that. Hence, I believe humans have to stay here. Humanism has not come to an end. Humanism is finding its way in different. If humanism is evolving now, it's a new way, it's a new form. We are actually evolving with time, but we have no other expression except this posthumanism to deal with this. So I don't agree that humanism has come to an end. Humans have to stay here to carry out this business. Yeah. Any more questions, please?
Is there any other questions? This. Dear participants, you have any other questions?
You can let the participants talk to me if they have any questions.
Yes, if you have any questions directly, you can just unmute your audio and then speak.
Yes.
Yeah, participants, if you have any questions, you can just unmute your audio and then speak.
Sir,
To the
good morning, sir. Ansari, sir.
Good morning.
just
I'm
introduce
Bennett
yourself and
from
then
Alpina College. How are you, sir?
Nice. Bennett, good morning. Good morning, Bennett. Nice, please.
Sir, yesterday, towards the beginning of your lecture, you mentioned that subalternity is a position without identity. Subalternity is a position without identity. Now, my question is, a subaltern is a person who is born with identity and then loses his identity, or by birth, is he a person without identity?
Yeah. Okay. It's actually a subject of debate. See, there is a difference between personhood. Personhood can be granted and it can be withdrawn. That's it. It can be granted, can be withdrawn. What I mean by identity is the kind of status that he gets in a society. The kind, I mean, the person born into that particular condition, he has been treated as subhuman. He has been treated as someone not welcome into this world because the world, there is a different kind of arrangement in this world and the person not welcome. And if at all he is going to be there, he has to be subservient. And we don't have parlance, we don't have terms to ascribe to that. So this person, the subaltern, when he was born as a person, but personhood not granted to him. He was born as a person, identity not granted to him because this identity is as a result of the social interaction and social negotiation. We are not actually bringing the subaltern to the stage wherein he can discuss and debate and find his own place in the society. So that discussion forums, that discussion opportunity not provided to that subaltern. That's why I said he was born without an identity. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
thank you. Any other questions from the participants? You can unmute your audio and then speak to the speaker. Yeah, since there's no further question, let me thank Dr. Ansari, who has come online to answer our questions, and the questions are answered very excellently. Thank you, sir, for your presence. And it's a global discussion. And let's make this humanism an existence. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence. And
Thank you very much.
participants
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
questions. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I can leave now.
Yeah, yes. Let's continue with the session by Dr. Saji Matthew. Will just shortly begin the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
അതിൽ കേൾക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. Any comment? I'll do something like that. Something about it.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the International Conference on the Role of Light, Representation of History, Culture and Environment in Literature. We hope that you had an enriching experience yesterday and believe that today's session will make your experience more enlightening. Review of day 1. The International Conference on the Mirror of Life, Representations of History, Culture and Environment in Literature, organized by the Research Department of English, School of Languages and Cultures, and British College Foreign Kotai, began its inaugural function at 10 a.m. on 6 May 2022 in Colin General Hall. Reverend Dr. Maliga, the principal, Dr. Joel Pereira, the keynote speaker, Mr. Turin Anthony Edward, the HOD, and two participants. Dr. Pachila Devarubi, Assistant Professor of English, Rani Nanganan College, and Ms. Deepthi Carlson, Scholar from PSG College, Light and Land. He was followed by a praise song by the Department Choir. The HOD welcomed the gathering, and the Jordan presented a shawl to Reverend for the principal, and Reverend Dr. Marita, the principal, presented a shawl to Dr. Joseph Sararaj. The presidential address was delivered by Reverend Dr. Maligas, the principal. He congratulated the department to the leadership of the HOE, especially because of the discussed programs. He emphasized how one's choices in life shape and mold one's life. It was followed by the release of abstracts by Reverend Father Principal. Dr. Joseph Sararaj was presented the first copy. The reserve person for the first session was Dr. Joseph Pereira, Professor of English, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Liverpool. The topic was nemesis and hermeneutics. The first part of the lecture dealt with the fundamentals of literature, its role as a mirror of representation. Plato and Aristotle, the philosophers, and Orpah and M.H. Abrams, the literary critics, were discussed. He referred to Socrates, Aristotle, Whitney, and M.H. Abrams' views on and imitation. The second part of the lecture dealt with pleasure and miracle. He talked of pleasure as a philosopher in reference to dialogue, symposium, and proper. He talked of pleasure covering the metaphysical world, theory of ideas, and consists of philosophers over poets, as philosophers had access to truth through reason, while poets depended on emotions. The third part deals with Aristotle and Genesis to his poetic which presents theory of literature. The present topic of as limitations of real and the global, the universal and the particular, and cited examples from Renaissance and modern art. The third part of the lecture dealt with the similarities and differences between Plato and Aristotle in views on Genesis. The similarities were both agreed in Genesis to be a key feature of poetry. The differences were while Plato considered Genesis as dangerous and corrupted, Aristotle considered it as the foundation of human nature. While Plato negotiated Genesis with violence and irrationality, Aristotle associated it with rationality and being natural. The person ended the lecture by saying that whatever one imitates should be critiqued, and called it the synergy between Genesis and hermeneutics. The session came to an end with the old band by Ms. Rosie, Assistant Professor of English, FSC. This was further to the second session with Dr. S.A. Danilo Ansari, Professor from Japan, KSA, and the topic was exploring the semantic entanglements in identity studies, post-human perspectives. The first person began the lecture by pointing out the importance of identity in the current scenario and how it's reflected in literature. He explained how the concept of identity is linked to issues of humanity, which are belongingness and freedom in a post-human world. He talked of identity as comprising actions, ideology, and perceptions, both self and through others. He divided identity into changing identity and potentializing identity. He analyzed identities from the perspective of post-colonialism, feminism, structuralism, and deconstruction. He pointed out how belongingness comes at the cost of becoming a property. He mentioned the various post-human perspectives of identity, such as cultural post-humanism, critical post-humanism, political post-humanism, transhumanism, anti-humanism, and meta-humanism. He explained how post-human cognition deems the definite definition of human. He referred to the Enlightenment's hierarchical structures and decenter the self-proclaimed superiority of human. He explained the purposelessness and hackability of today's human beings. He ended the session with a hope that these human beings evolve and not become extinct. After the lunch break, the third session began with Reverend Dr. Gordon Rupert, principal, Alliance College, Kathmandu, Gujarat, as a business person. His topic was Transcending Sense and Sensibility, Feminist Cues for Literature. The business person defines sense in the relation to rationale, sensibility, and the action that follows through the practice of relation, transcending the paradigm shift towards wholeness. He pointed out the cliche blaming of women as the source of all evil, and explained the underlying rationale that explicated biased rules in the world. He referred to electoral voters' 3 phases of feminism and gave real-life examples of women who transcended sense and sensibility. Rosa Parks, Princess Diana, Veronachia, and Mother Teresa. He compared Nora from Edwin's Doll's House and Esther from Paulo Coelho's The Head as characters who broke bonds to establish their identity. He quoted Monica Josna's definition of feminism and Byron's pro-repeating paradigms in biblical studies, using the transcendence of Mary Magdalene as an example. He ended the lecture by calling out to men and women to become agents of change and liberation. This was followed by the presentation in 5 offline and 11 online parallel sessions. With this, the deliberation for day 1 came to an end. And now we begin day 2. So it is my privilege now to introduce to you the results person for today's lecture, Dr. Sajid Matthew, Assistant Professor, School of Letters, Mahatma Gandhi University. Dr. Sajid Matthew has more than 20 years of teaching experience at various reputed institutions. He has, to his credit, a number of books and research papers. And we are indeed honored to have a resource person who is an expert in critical theories, translation, who has served in various institutions here as a resource person. So we are indeed honored to have a resource person of such caliber here today. On behalf of the management and everyone present here, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sajid Matthew. Welcome, sir. Now, I request the head of the department, Mr. Twin Anthony Edward, to honor the resource person to the show. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Aloysius Albert to present a memento to the resource person. Thank you, sir. About the research person, he has published several books and research papers at national and international levels. He has also delivered talks at more than 40 conferences in India and abroad, which include Mansfield College, Oxford, and University of Stendhal, France. He is also functioned as external expert for English Textbook Committee at NCERT Trivandrum. He has also contributed several translations to anthologies published by the Oxford University Press. He was a recipient of UGC Research Award during 2014 to 16. His research interests include cultural studies, translation studies, Indian literatures, and post-colonialism. Dr. Saji has coordinated a number of programs at School of Letters, which include a national seminar on Indian cinema and an orientation program for translators in collaboration with Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore. He is a regular invitee to orientation and refresher courses conducted by various UGC HRDCs. So I'm sure that the audience will be enriched by listening to a wonderful resource person is Dr. Saji Matthew, and now I request the resource person to deliver his lecture.
Good morning. I must thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. And I'm very happy to be here because this is my first physical, delivery of lecture after 2 years, I should say. Because otherwise it was used to be online audience. And that's one of the reasons why I thought I would personally come in as well, instead of coming online. When you have such an opportunity, you love to make use of it, right? Okay, so as you have already been informed, I would be discussing the shift from literary criticism to theory or to cultural studies. Often we speak about theory, and I thought maybe this would be more useful to students, students of literature, who actually speak about a number of, or they are probably bombarded with a number of theories, right, in their classes. So without really thinking or without really analyzing how exactly and at what point why theory comes in. Is it just like, you had a number of movements in the history of literature, if you think about a number of movements, romantic movement and so on. Now, is it just like that, or theory emerges with a specific reason? Why theory is the basic question. So, or is there a basic difference between literary criticism and theory when we speak about it? Because why suddenly we started in the middle of the 20th century, or at least in our country, you can say probably after the 1980s and 1990s, we increasingly began to speak about literary theories, cultural theories, and so on. Until then, probably everyone spoke about literary criticism, right? Critical tools, critical methods. And why do we do this? That's something that I think we understand. In order to understand or in order to comprehend the nature of it, because these are two different things. Literary criticism and literary theory are two different things. And that difference has to be very clearly noted. Now, literary criticism in the conventional sense, the way we understand, or as a method of understanding the meaning of literary works, in other words, okay? Meaning of literary works, literary criticism as a method of understanding the meaning of literary works, or even the intentions of the author. But by the time you reach theory, all these are questions, whether there is a meaning in the text at all, or whether the author's intention is very important. I'm sure all of us are familiar with the famous essay about right, death of the author. Now, these things become questionable when you come to the theoretical turn, what is generally known as the theoretical turn in the 20th century. Now, but literary criticism was something else. That's why even today, when you follow a literary critical method, you will have in your question, I don't know how this syllabus is, I'm not very good at that. Whether you are following OBE pattern, now there is a fashion to run after OBE, right? Outcome-based education and all that. Whatever kind of pattern you have, if you come across a question like what did Shakespeare mean by such and such lines, and you quote a few lines from any of his plays, or what did Wordsworth mean by making the statement. Now, if you ask such a question in the question paper at the examination, it means we are still, moving around the intentions of the author, what the author actually meant. Now, this method of
காலையில இருந்து ரொம்ப பிஸியா வணக்கம் கூட சொல்லல முடியலடி உடம்பு இல்ல அவ வந்து ரொம்ப பிஸியா எல்லாத்தையுமே பேசிட்டு இருந்தா மூழ்கு கொடுத்து நான் இத மொபைல்ல பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன் அதுக்குதான் நான் சரி நீனும் ரெக்கவரி ஆகட்டும் நானும் ரெக்கவரி ஆகட்டும்
Kerala society. I don't know how many of you are from Kerala here, and I'm very sure it may be a little too much for me to make this statement as well, but still, you can say at least for a very dominant group of people, for a very dominant group in Kerala, Papa or father began to come home only in the 20th century. Because, there was no such practice at all. If you are familiar with the whole practice of Sambandam and all that, maybe you will not. Papa is not somebody who lives with his wife and children with a nuclear family system and all that. It was not. But you begin to have single husband, single wife, then children, that kind of a system, at least in some communities. That happens only in the 20th century, and Dept marks that very clearly. When the wife is waiting for the return or arrival, not return, the arrival of Papa, actually. So, for a number of reasons, Dept paintings are very important for us to understand how precisely, especially about the realistic portrayal of human body, in practice. As much earlier, you have this in the Renaissance paintings of Europe, for example, this tendency. But during the time of enlightenment, what you find is something very different, where rationality is prioritized. So once rationality is prioritized, even if you say that romanticism, which came a little later, romantic revival in English literature or in European literature, European philosophy, you can say, that even if we say that romantic revival was a reaction against this enlightenment, this rationality, that's how we traditionally look at it. Still, you find the prioritizing of the individual as a very significant component of romantic revival. If not rationality, at least the prioritizing of the individual. So that's how you have the egotistical sublime of Keats, for example, or how the individual becomes very important for people like Wordsworth, Coleridge, and so many others in romantic movements. So the individual is capable of understanding the secrets of the universe for the romantic poets. The secrets of the universe that have so far been hidden from human understanding, and it's not possible for every individual or every ordinary person to actually access that in romanticism. It's only the creative genius who can actually access. So the idea of the creative genius, the prioritizing of the individual, these are all, byproducts of, you can say, in a way, enlightenment. Because you are no longer relying on supernatural forces to understand the secrets of the universe. You are using your rationality. As far as enlightenment is concerned, you're using your rationality to understand the secrets of the universe. You control nature. How do you control? That's how modern science was born. Isaac Newton is a direct byproduct of enlightenment. We know that. So I'm not going into those details right now. So the Enlightenment also marks the establishment of modern science. That's how you have modern science. And all means and ways by which you begin to control nature, which is so powerful. Till then, it was so powerful. Human beings were always afraid of nature. But now you begin to control. Even look at the 18th and 19th century poetry. You have frequent images of gardens, right? If you have paid attention to it. And that's not just accidental. Why would you think about the garden? Is one very simple manner by which at home you control nature. You want the plants to grow in a particular manner. You grow them. And they shouldn't grow wild as and how they like. Instead, as and how you like. That's the basic step, by which you actually try to control nature. And then you go on with the help of science and all. You control the flow of water, dams, and all that, getting constructed. There are all kinds of scientific methods and discoveries by which you understand, you explore nature and explain it with the help of your rationality. So this rationality works in different ways in enlightenment. Now, Before this, if you go into the ancient period, people like Plato and Aristotle, that was also discussed yesterday, in Nemesis and all. That's what I got from the review. Now, Plato and Aristotle were primarily philosophizing on art and literature. They were not necessarily producing critical readings of works. No, they were not studying Iliad in that sense, Iliad and Odyssey, and trying to talk about anything like that. Critical writings, critical essays, they were not writing that. Instead, they were basically philosophizing on art, how art should be, how tragedy should be. Aristotle said, not everybody can appreciate tragedy, right? Aristotle said you should have a cultivated mind. Those of you who are studying politics would know that you should have cultivated mind. And miles apart, in a different continent, somebody is also saying the same thing. Another was saying, if you need to understand art, appreciate art, you need to be smart. Not everybody can appreciate that. Both were Aristotle and both were not that one copy ideas from the other. That's not the point. But ideas must have traveled across continents, even in ancient periods, definitely. But both were aristocratic in their, aristocratic in the sense, Ayala was very definitely speaking about those classes of people who had access to art. Because in the ancient period, not everybody had access to art. Art was performed in king's courts or feudal masters, palaces, residences, and all that, where ordinary common people, just now in the morning when I came here, I was so happy to see a department of folklore here. That I was inquiring with everybody here about the department. The whole entire thing called folk art existed even from ancient period. But none of these aestheticians would speak about, ordinary people's art. They talked about classical art forms, whatever they call classical. So people, the folk art form, the ordinary people's art, so whatever way in which common people actually had their own entertainment and their own rituals and all that. Some of the art forms are actually ritual arts. So they were not theorized. They were not theorized by these ancient, aestheticians, whoever you are talking about, whether Aristotle or, that's why I said they were basically aristocratic in their perspectives, in their philosophy. Now, even then, they were not actually producing any critical writings on specific works. That's why I said, by the time you come to the Enlightenment, what you find is a radical shift. You have works being produced on specific authors, on specific works. And you try to understand the meaning of the author, because the author is no longer an ordinary individual. The author is imbued with rationality, or in Romanticism, as you would say, is it he or she? Is it? Definitely, it was a he always. The Enlightenment movement was primarily a patriarchal movement. It was a he. But now, when we speak today, let's use the word he or she. So the author is someone who is born with this creative genius, the capacity to understand things. And therefore, you need to understand what the author meant. And therefore, people like Dr. Johnson, for example, would write a preface to Shakespeare. It was that particular work which brought Shakespeare to the forefront, not otherwise. Shakespeare was not a seriously debated and discussed writer, even in England till then. It was Dr. Johnson who really brought him to the forefront. Now, he started talking about the peculiarity of Shakespeare's scripts in his preface to Shakespeare. When nature is universal, these are points, right? If you want to summarize the entire essay into into a formula, we can say something like this. Human nature is universal. Shakespeare's characters are universal characters because they are ordinary individuals. Therefore, Shakespeare is universal. Very simple formula that is argued out in a number of pages, of course. And such a great writer was produced by an English culture. That's the final part of the essay that he makes. So everything is, that's why the essay became a central part of colonial education. It was important for colonial education because this essay superimposes the greatness of English culture and civilization. I mean, these are the ways in which, so anyway, we'll come back to that later, otherwise we will not have enough time. So the point is, this is the way in which critical writings began in the 18th and 19th centuries. So you have author-centered, work-centered arguments. If you want to know more about, I'm talking to the students primarily, those of you who are not familiar with the idea of enlightenment or the philosophy of enlightenment, we have a very neatly explained essay by Immanuel Kant, which you can just Google and find out. Just 2 pages, just 2 pages, you can read that. What is enlightenment? An answer to the question, Colin, what is enlightenment? It's a 1784 essay. Immanuel Kant is a famous philosopher. It's his essay, and you can download it from just 2 pages. Now, I'm going to that essay right now. Now, here, after enlightenment, what you find is writers were conceived as possessing, as I told you, an ability to access truths which are hidden to ordinary individuals. So writers were conceived because they were treated as creative geniuses. They were believed to have, the ability to access truths that are hidden, truths which are hidden to ordinary individuals. Ordinary people cannot. Creative genius can. So they are autonomous subjects. Autonomous. That's the idea of the autonomous subject comes into existence. The individual. Now this idea, you can find this idea, as I told you earlier, in Romanticism as well. Poetic creativity, that particular idea. Now, along with enlightenment, there is one more idea that we should first see. That is liberal humanism. I don't know, maybe it was extensively discussed yesterday. I'm not very sure. Humanism was discussed. Okay. So you don't worry, I'll come to that. The shift to theory. In order to come there, we need to first understand what was literary criticism and doing it. So liberal humanism is another idea, along with enlightenment, that we need to really understand in order to conceptualize conventional critical practices, how conventional critical practices actually exist. A very basic book that I'm sure your library might have with regard to literary theory, a very basic text, that's Peter Barry's Beginning Theory. Most of you might be familiar with that, I'm sure you must have seen that. Okay. Now here, Peter Barry, in very lucid terms, explains what liberal humanism is and how it became current in 1970s. The term became current in 1970s only. Though we are referring to a liberal humanist stand in the 18th and 19th centuries. The term was not used in those days. It came to be used only in 1970s. Now, liberal here means, what it means is not politically radical, hence non-committal on political issues. Non-committal, you are not ideologically inclined. You are distancing yourself from making any political involvement or political statement. So not politically radical, that's what liberal means. And humanism as well implies something very similar here, not part of collective study, not part of a collective study. Non-theoretical, that's the meaning of humanism here, in the phrase liberal humanism. So non-political and not part of any collective study. For example, I'll tell you, let me see what can be a good example to explain this. Okay, suppose a beggar comes home, okay, asking for help, and you give him 10 rupees. Now, you are happy in the sense you have helped someone, right? And you sit back and enjoy your life. You go back to your drawing room, watch your TV, you forget about everything else. Now, this is, I would say, a liberal humanist, because we are actually not engaging into a collective struggle against alleviation of poverty. We are also not worried about what causes poverty in our society. How come even when, the GDP is increasing, how come majority of the population is still below poverty line, or many of them? The moment you begin to ask these questions and enter into a collective struggle against authorities, political authorities, and raise these issues academically and politically, then you are not a liberal humanist. Otherwise, enjoying your comfortable, usual life, when you help your neighbor or a beggar with little bit of money once or twice, which makes you happy because you have helped someone. Because I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, that's not the point. But that is a liberal humanist position, where you are not part of any collective struggle. You are not worried about anything. We are not basically worried about effecting a transformation in the society. That's it. We are not primarily worried about bringing about any change in the society at all. Now, I hope that idea is clear. That's the only example I could think of to explain this idea of liberal humanism. Now, liberal humanism is not, when we look at the trend that existed in the 18th and 19th centuries, liberal humanism is not about giving arms to beggars. That's not the point. That was just an example that I gave you. So, liberal humanism states that man is an autonomous subject who has certain essential values which remain same regardless of his origin, nature, region, ethics. So, universal human values that you believe in, irrespective of your gender, irrespective of your caste, irrespective of your religion, region, color, complexion, whatever. Liberal humanism would believe there are certain universal values. This is exactly what people like Matthew Arnold in the 19th century, while speaking about, especially in his book Culture and Anarchy, for example, or Function of Criticism at the present time. Through these works, this is exactly what he's also trying to say. And this is precisely what Dr. Johnson is saying in his preface to the Legal Balance as well. The universal human values. So human subject is autonomous, human being is autonomous, and there are these universal human values. And this is known as universal human nature, according to, in the liberal humanist tradition. Universal human nature, actually. So its focus was on the universals, absolutes, and certainties. Certainties, there's absolutely no doubt, certain how it should be. So the values have to be upheld. That's why the best that is taught and known in the world. Arnold is speaking about what culture is, right? He says, when he defines culture, he says the best that is taught and known in the world. So the universal best value or best culture that he was speaking about. So liberal humanism, when it comes to literature, it affirms that literature is an impression of universal human nature. Literature reflects this universal human nature and consistent moral values. That is why they were speaking about universally appealing texts, for example. A text, how does Milton define a good book? Maybe you're familiar with that, I believe, from area Physica. A good book is what he makes very wonderful statements. A good book is the precious lifeblood of a master spirit, embalmed and treasured upon purpose to a life beyond life. Of course, he had a reason to make such statements because the British Parliament was actually thinking about introducing censorship publication. Nowadays, such censorships are quite often, right? In many states in India, as well. If you are a government employee, if you want to publish a book, it seems some of the states you need to get permission from the government. So that's censorship. Or if you want to release a bill, naturally, the censor board is there. So British Parliament was also thinking about introducing censorship. That's when he delivered a speech to the British Parliament against saying that's absurd. It's an absurd decision. You cannot actually control the freedom of expression. And you must also remember that's one of the earliest expressions in human history of freedom of expression. Championing the cause of freedom of expression, which is now incorporated into most of the constitutions in the world. Most constitutions in the world actually has this, as one of the fundamental rights. We have freedom of expression. But arithmetic is one of the earliest, demands for freedom of expression in the history of human civilization. And where he says, a good book is the precious lifeblood of a master spirit. Remember. So a good book is written by a master spirit. It's not an ordinary English. Master spirit. Precious lifeblood of a master spirit, embalmed and treasured upon purpose to a life beyond life. So irrespective of the time in which it is written, wherever you read, that's very much there. The greatness of the individual, the autonomous subject who is able to communicate with everybody, irrespective of your religion, region, class, caste, and all that. The universal human value that is expressed by the author, the great master spirit. So, because human nature is universal. Now, we may also remember that English literature as a discipline, literature of course existed, but as a discipline, it was first taught at King's College, London, which later became London University in 1831. So it was first taught as a discipline only in 1831. The discipline does not have a long tradition in that sense. Literature has a long tradition, of course, but as a discipline for study, proper academic study. It was first taught in 1831 at King's College, London. Now, so for a liberal humanist, Othello is just a tragedy of jealousy and suspicion. For a liberal humanist, because jealousy, suspicion, and so on are usually seen as universal feelings. Everybody understands. So for a liberal humanist critic, Othello is a tragedy of jealousy and suspicion. For Macbeth is just a tragedy of overwhelming ambition. Ambition is also believed, because this is all what text is, according to earlier literary critical tradition, universal human values. The text contained within them, these values, which are communicated by master spirits to others, to the readers. So Macbeth becomes a text of overwhelming ambition. And then 19th century poets like Matthew Arnold thought that the purpose of studying literature was to learn, I quote, learn and propagate the best that is known and taught in the world. That's the purpose of it. The best that is known and taught in the world. You need to propagate that, whatever is the best. That is the purpose of studying literature. And he makes this statement in The Function of Criticism at the Present Time. So according to him, only literature which conveys values that will transcend time can be considered valuable literature. And therefore, these universal human values actually transcend time. So you are looking for that alone, but you very well know that's not how you study Macbeth or Othello or even romantic poetry today, right? When we read Kubla Khan, a poem like Kubla Khan by Howells, We are not simply reading it as a romantic poem, with all the fantasies and all that, or whether he was under opium or whatever. I mean, that's not there, of course. But we begin to speak about the exoticizing of the East, how the East is perceived by Coleridge, a romantic poem, how the Eastern Emperor becomes a point of fascination for the European writer. Why would it become, and the historical reasons behind the figure of Kublai Khan traveling to Europe, in other words, a number of other things. So if the poem communicates to us today, or if it speaks to us today, it speaks to us for a very different reason, not simply for the fantasy part of it. Of course, there is a lot of fantasy in it. Now, but Matthew Arnold would say, this is the purpose of studying it. So he also believed that literature contained its own meaning. So you don't need actually any kind of setting it in context. Historical, biographical, or socio-political context is not very much required, according to Matthew Arnold. And this was also a method that was shared by the new critics later on, that you don't need to set it in any kind of context. So this disinterested endeavor, I would call it a disinterested endeavor, implies a certain kind of objectivity. You objectively understand the text. You believe that you can objectively study the text. Impartiality and possibility of arriving at truth. These are all things that are implicated within this kind of a method. You can arrive at truth. Whoever reads it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't differ. You can arrive at the actual truth when you read a text. That was something, and that method was also known as positivism in philosophy and social sciences. You understand that, right? Positivism, because the late 18th century and 19th century literary critics and social scientists also thought that you have to be scientific in your approach, right? Because science was dominating at that time after the emergence of modern science. So you have to be very scientific. So literature or social studies would actually help you arrive at that real truth. And you can objectively understand, just as you have methods to objectively understand truths in natural sciences, for example. So this method was known as positivism in social sciences. Now, in short, the goal of the close reading, the close reading of text, propounded by liberal humanists, was to see the object as it really is. The object as it really is, which means in order to understand the truth. And that came to be, in fiction and in many other fields, that came to be known as realism, the realistic way of understanding, presenting things. You can realistically portray things, the belief that you can realistically. Even today, we believe in that, right? We believe in a lot of realism, even today. You go for a movie, you come out and somebody asks you, how was it? How was the film? It was so realistic. I really liked it. We might say often, it was so realistic. And what is so realistic about it? Sometimes right from the beginning, you have a huge tension between husband and wife. Sometimes. Almost on the verge of divorce. And you would continuously want the divorce to be avoided somehow, sitting there. And then ultimately, the woman might sacrifice herself. She might quit the job or whatever, and then finally agree to be at home and things like that. And they will happily ever. That's how sometimes these films end. And we come out and say it's so realistic. We find it very realistic because we believe in the sanctity of the family, the ideology of the family, the discourse of the family. We don't want the ideology of the family to be broken, or the sanctity of the family to be broken. That's why we find it realistic, not necessarily because the movie is realistic. We have a common platform between the movie and our own ideological beliefs. So we believe in it. That's why we believe, relieved, there is no tension. Now, everything is solved. We are really happy for that. Now, and we call that realistic because we like it. That's how it should be. And it should be in the sense, we hope that's how it should be. That's why we call it realist, not necessarily because it is realist. And but this is the way in which realism actually worked. Realism actually worked with this intention that you are actually directly portraying, reflecting, or mimesis, as you would say. You are actually reflecting the society. Literature can reflect society. The belief that literature can reflect society. All these have been questioned today, right? Literature it only reflects or it only constructs, social ideologies. Does it actually reflect? Now, in his book Literary Theory and Introduction, he also speaks about this craving, anxiety of liberal humanism. We saw literature as a means to educate the masses. Liberal humanism thought good books would actually educate the masses and carry through the ideological task which religion left off. With enlightenment, especially with enlightenment, left a business that was business of morally educated people. Because increasingly, people left religion. Not simply because Origin of Species was published, as we say in the context of Matthew Arnold's Dog of Peace, sometimes when we change Dog of Peace, he is lamenting about the loss of faith. I don't know I don't think the literacy rate was any great in those days. So that people would suddenly read Origin of Species and lose their faith. As it was published. It was worse than our condition here. I mean, at least in the present situation. So, the publication of a single text, I have suspicions about that, whether that would suddenly cause loss of faith. There are various other reasons, because Arnold is not simply in Dog of Peace. Matthew Arnold, this is a digression, I know, but Matthew Arnold is not simply, lamenting the loss of faith alone, or even if he is lamenting the loss of faith, there is a reason behind it, because he's a typical middle class spokesperson, actually, the industrial middle class. And why was the industrial middle class so unhappy about it, about loss of faith? Because there were many, if you look at the history of industrial conflicts in England, you find that 19th century was marked by a number of working class rebellions throughout India. Working classes were exploited heavily. So there were rebellions, working class rebellions happening. And mind you, Karl Marx was actually closely observing all this. That's how he's writing his Das Kapital. He was not observing Russia. He was actually reading in the Cambridge University library, right? So he was seeing what was happening in the industrial England and London and many other places. And that's how he theorized the whole issue of working class movements and all. There were many working class rebellions happening in England, and the industrial middle classes were naturally unhappy with it because their position was threatened. And until then, religion helped them in controlling the poor and the working classes, because what would religion tell you? It's good to suffer. God will reward you. Right? If you suffer, it's like getting purified in fire and all. Right? Every religion has its own language to speak about suffering. It would never challenge why somebody is very rich. Why am I not becoming rich? Or why am I not improving my state? That's something that religion is not seriously concerned with. It would say, just help your neighbor, help out. Or you are the custodian, the rich are the custodian of, God has given you, pointed you as the custodian of something, so you help others. And why some people alone were chosen to be custodians is something that is to be asked, actually. Now, the working class, it was no longer possible for the industrial middle class and feudalism to control the poor and the working classes in England as a result of their actual suffering. And this was also, along with partial loss of faith, this was also one of the reasons why the industrial middle class was actually very unhappy with the social changes that were happening. And all this is there in his Robert when he's speaking about, he's not simply speaking about the loss of faith alone, as such, when he's lamenting about the social changes. Now, so this, at least till the Enlightenment, religion had a business that is morally educating the masses. But from Enlightenment period onwards, with the slow erosion of faith, what you find is now there is a return of faith, which is known as post-secularism, right? Now, religions are usually, all the festivals are performed on national highways and state highways, right? Not in the presence of religious structures. It's almost like political processions. We show us that we have so many people, which ultimately results in clashes and things like that. So the return of religion to the public space is what is known as post-secularism. Now, that's a too simplistic kind of statement, I know. That's not what it is all about. Anyway, let's not go into a discussion of post-secularism right now. That again takes away our time. Anyway, so this was duty of religion to morally educate the masses, which religion no longer had to perform after enlightenment. So literature takes it up. That's what people like Matthew Arnold and many others believe. Eagleton actually says, so literature was called upon to perform this task of educating the masses morally. You edify them by reading great books or good books. You morally educate them. And this was what the Romantics also argued. And Eagleton gives a critique of liberal humanism. According to him, the Romantics especially considered literature as a product of imagination, and the theory of aesthetics presented escapism. According to him, the Romantics were basically escapists, whether you agree with it or not. That's a different question. So he says it presented a way to escape from the social evils put forward by capitalism. Actually, they were unhappy with what was happening with the advent of capitalism and industrialization. Naturally, industrialization caused capitalism, and industrialization was caused by colonialism. Because where did they get the raw materials from for all this industrial transformation? They got it from Africa, India, and all that. So actually, industrial revolution was caused by, they wanted, just as our disciplines were born during the colonialism, because we have history, literature, anthropology, or economics. All these disciplines were born in the 19th century, not in an accidental manner. Until then, what was known as commercial analysis was not sufficient. They had to really understand the economic transformations that were taking place with this, global trade. 1/3 of the human race was under British colonialism, right? Under the British power. If you go to Shimla, IEA's Shimla, instead of advanced studies Shimla. If you go there, they have pasted a small slip there. So saying 1/3 of the human race was ruled from this building from February to September or something like that. Which means that used to be the summer residence of the Viceroy. And the Indian Viceroy was the Viceroy of the whole British colony, including Africa and all that. So he would shift from Delhi to Shimla, which is a cooler place, cold climate you have during summer. So it is written, 1/3 of the human race was ruled from this building. It's bringing it back to the colonies and elsewhere, in Europe as well. And the whole process required new theorization, new understanding, not simple commercial analysis, what existed in those days. That's how Adam Smith was born, you can say. Born in the sense, not the physical world, and say. The theories of Adam Smith in the 19th century. It was a necessity for Europe to understand it. That's why economics was born. That's how history was born, because they started writing history wherever they went. And they claimed that there was no history before that. And the whole method of writing history began in those days. And the discipline of history was born. And anthropology was born in those days because they wanted to study people in Africa and India. And they were the major culprits under colonialism who, were accomplished in this, anthropologists. They landed in India and Africa with pictures of skulls of Indians and Africans, and they would say, the skull is like this, and then they would compare the skull with a European skull and say, it is still under evolution, not yet completely evolved. We are still in that some stage of the monkeys or the Africans and the Asians and all that. The skull is very different. European is the ultimate completely evolved human being. And such essays you can find in Anthropological Survey of India and all that in those days. In the late 19th century and early 20th century, anthropological research papers, research publications. Remember. Now, so this kind of a method where that was again a digression, right? I was talking about capitalism actually, how industrial revolution caused capitalism and how the romantics were actually unhappy with this, but at the same time they didn't want to really address capitalism, or maybe they didn't have the tool to address capitalism. So that's why Eagleton says they were basically escapists, so they ran away, but they lived in the cities always. Even when they ran to nature, they turned towards nature, but they always came back to the city, right? You can always ask Wordsworth when he says, 5 years have passed, 5 summers with the length of 5 long winters. Again, I hear these waters rolling from their mountain springs. You remember Chichen line? You can ask, where was he all these 5 years? Why didn't he visit? He lived in the city. He always lived in the city, in London. But that's why Eagleton probably, perhaps that's why he says the romantics were all escapists. They didn't really want to actually address the issue of capitalism and working class issues. All that they really didn't want to. Only Shelley touched upon. They did, because he was slightly revolutionary. But otherwise, most of the romantics kept on singing about nature. This is what he says. So the focus, according to him, the romantic focus was on nostalgia to recover a lost humanity. That was the attempt, according to Eagleton. So which means, Eagleton says, there was no emphasis on social or economic inequalities caused by capitalism. The romantics simply did not emphasize on the economic and social inequalities, the class questions. They did not touch upon that, which was produced by capitalism. Now this is how he critiques liberal humanist stance, the Eagleton. Then even when you come to the 20th century, even in F.R. Davis, he also asserts liberal humanist tendencies in the 20th century. We'll come to theory very soon. Okay, we have almost reached 20th century. Okay, so even F.R. Davis, he elaborated on the idea of grand tradition, for example. You are familiar with that? The grand tradition, where he would include a few, English writers alone in the list, the grand tradition. Or he formed what is known as the canon of literature, in other words. So today we have canon of literature. You cannot think about, offering a course on British literature without Shakespeare, for example. Right? Actually, it's not possible, I think. But there are such courses also. People have begun to think these things, that you can as well have a course in English without Shakespeare also. Now, anyway, so canon formation. How canons are formed. There is the politics of canon formation as well. Now, so many of the 20th century critics emphasize the need to distinguish between great works of literature and mass culture. Mass culture is different. Great works of literature is another. They have to be differentiated. And this was a common characteristic not only of F.R. Davis, but many of the 20th century critics. And English and American literary studies focused on the meaning of literary texts, implying that there really exists a meaning intended by the author, intended by the master spirit. They always thought that there is a meaning in the text that you look for, you find it out. What did the author mean, or what was the purpose behind writing it, and things like that. So, so they believe that literature offered the most profound insights into human nature and human condition. So literature can actually enlighten about human nature, which is believed to be universal. Now, in short, liberal humanist criticism tracked influences and sources of a given writer, and it established the canon of major writers. And so, which means it was a version of moral criticism. It was a version of moral criticism. Liberal humanist criticism was a kind of moral criticism. Now, at this point, having said so much, I must quickly turn to theory and say that the theoretical turn in the second half of the 20th century marks a real break with liberal views. That's what I'm trying to say. Whatever we have traditionally practiced from 18th century onwards, literary criticism happened only in 18th century, not before that. So whatever happened from 18th century onwards, this finds a real break. There is a total break in the second half of the 20th century with people like Saussure, for example, as far as his course in general linguistics is concerned. Or in the 20th century, this break was made possible by primarily three significant figures: Freud, the influences of this break. That's what I mean. Freud, Marx, and Saussure. And they are, Nietzsche is also very important, of course. Freud actually challenged the idea of the individual. Freud said there is no individual, there is no human being, you only have human subject. He divided the mind into conscious, unconscious, and the subconscious, which means there is no unified human mind. It is continuously under evolution, and you are being formed every day. So you cannot talk about human being as a given entity. You can only speak about human subject, which is continuously under evolution. So you cannot speak about an autonomous subject. The liberal humanists believe that the individual is autonomous, capable of unchanging decisions. I like this, and I will not change. That statement I cannot make because I continuously change. As and when new influences come, new thoughts come, I continuously undergo changes, right? Or what I am is formed by my training. So when you make a statement, suppose a few of you sit together and you have a major issue, and can I take 10, 15 minutes more? Then if you have a major issue there, you are debating and you say, this is my personal opinion. You can accept or reject. Even when you say this is your personal opinion, your very personal opinion, it's not your personal opinion, because your attitude towards the issue depends on the way you've been brought up. Your the moral considerations you are made to believe as very important. Okay, in life, from your family, from your religious education, from your school education, and so on and so forth. The way in which you're being made to look at things. Okay, so it's not your personal opinion, it's the political kind. That's why people like Jameson, for example, who said the personal is political and so on. We say that. So the idea of, you cannot have such a static thing. And Freud challenged this first at the level of psyche and mind. Then, secondly, you have Marx coming forward and saying the individual is not very important. It is the society that is important. Changes happen in society not because of individuals. You have thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, and things like that. And social changes happen like that. So that perspective has had far-reaching implications, I must tell you. That's how you challenge the whole tradition of conventional, just as we challenge conventional literary criticism. That's how you challenge conventional historiography itself, history writing. Because conventional history is full of individuals who are atheist. Shivaji is right, Akbar's reign, okay, or somebody else's reign, a king's reign, rule, that decided conventional history. People never figured that direction. Whether people had any role in creating history was never touched upon. If you go to folklore department, probably they would talk about it quite passionate, perhaps. Now, so people had no role in it, actually. So now you are speaking about people's history, or history from below, in other words. And Marx challenged the centrality of the individual, which was prioritized by the Enlightenment. Society becomes important. Then, for sure, at the realm of language, saying you cannot have fixed meaning. He divided sign into signifier and signified, and how it is arbitrary. He talked about how the meaning is arbitrary and all. Now, these three things, in three different fields, already transformed literary criticism. And these were the figures that actually influenced. And then you have other figures coming after Freud. You have Lacan, taking it forward in a very radical manner. You have Derrida in Postmodern taking it further, ahead, and many other social scientists, social thinkers coming forward. So all this really transformed our way of looking at texts, authors, and all that. So what happens with the advent of theory? Theory argued that literature is not. I'm not specifying any particular theory here. All theories, you can speak about feminist theory or gender studies. You can speak about postcolonial theory. You can talk about poststructuralism, whatever. The theoretical turn that is generally known. Okay. That assume that literature is not a universal category. But what the liberal feminists believed was that literature is a universal category. Literature is not a universal category transcending time and culture. Rather, they argued that it is rooted in some ideology, class dynamics, and is shaped by different power structures. For the first time, new terminologies come into the reading of literature. Class dynamics, or how literature is shaped by power structures, the ideologies that are existing in society, certain ideological perspectives with which texts are written, in other words. Now, these things become very important. So you think about European travel narratives as representing the natives in a particular manner. Or you speak about D.S. Lawrence fiction as objectifying women from a feminist standpoint. And a number of other ways in which you begin to speak about texts. So texts are not products of master spirits anymore. To be embalmed and treasured upon purpose. They are to be read ideologically. They are to be read under specific, and they are to be seen as being produced under specific political power relations. Very thought power relationships sometimes. So they focused on the perception of the marginalized. Here we began to speak about the marginalized. Why and how certain sections in society never figure in literature. So they began to reread mythologies, not only contemporary texts. They began to reread mythologies. Dalit studies came forward and started, or as part of subaltern studies and all that, of course, came forward and started rereading texts like Mahabharata and Ramayana, for example, and talked about Shambhuka as the first master of the movement. You know Shambhuka, right? Shambhuka story. Why Shambhuka was killed by Rama and all that for reading Vedas. Now, so Shambhuka becomes the first master of Dalit movement, radical transformations in our text. So sanctity of text or sacred nature of not only religious texts, but even the other texts, supposedly secular texts, which were attributed to master spirits, with creative genius, they began to be thoroughly challenged. The centrality began to be challenged. Okay, so you can as well reread the story of Adam and Eve. I hope I can say that. The thing is how authoritarian God is such. It's not a question of just plucking a fruit and eating alone, but you know that it's the tree of knowledge. So the authoritarian God, almost like Rama, who killed Shakuta for reading the Vedas and conducting tapas, is asking human beings not to acquire knowledge. And the first instance in the human history of human civilization where human being forcefully acquires knowledge. You can call it plucking and eating the fruit and all that. But when you violate a rule, when you go against power structures, you are liable for the price that you pay. You have to pay the price. And human beings decide to live on their own, not in the fool's paradise, where without knowledge you are provided everything. Eat, probably eat, sleep, get up, eat, sleep. Just as what animals do. Nothing else to do, basically. I don't know whether they had any entertainment there, any games there. But anyway, but now you have to work hard to earn your food. Right? That's the price you pay once you take a decision. And the decision you took is to acquire knowledge, forcefully acquire. Well, so you begin to read texts in very different manner, whether they are sacred texts or secular texts. It doesn't matter. You begin to look at Macbeth with a theoretical turn. I'm not going into further things. I'm not going into cultural studies because if I continue, I think you will kick me out. You master reached your last stage of patience because more than enough. So the point is, once you do that, you begin to reread everything. So that's why people like, for example, cultural materialists like Jonathan Dollimore, Sinfield, and many others, they come forward and speak about Macbeth as a play of power, basically. How the question of monarchy operates in it. Interestingly, I must tell you, even before Jonathan Dollimore and Alan Sinfield or the later cultural studies scholars came up, or even before Robert Harper's work on Shakuntala was published, we had a wonderful small essay in Malayalam written by a person called Joseph Mundassetti. He was the first education minister in Kerala as well. He was also a professor. And he wrote an essay on Kalidasan in the 1950s. And I believe that happens to be one of the earliest cultural studies articles perhaps in the world. I don't know. I cannot make an emphatic statement because the methodology that he follows in 1950s. Even before the term actually originated, I must tell you, he has used that term at all. Nobody has used. Where he rereads Kalidasan, which is what Robert Harper does. Which is what Robert Harper does in the 1970s. Remember, when Harper is talking about Shakuntala, he did it in 1950s. He speaks about why the ring was introduced. The whole question of ring was introduced. And he says Kalidasa was in a very brief sentence I can tell you. Kalidasa was a court point after Vikramaditya's court. And naturally, you cannot find fault with the king, with Dushyanta. And he would lose his job, right? And in the sense, in those days, basically, poets and artists lived at the mercy of kings and feudal masters. That's why in the entire 16th century, Sydney and many others, they were all singing about queens, kings, and all that. They had no other business, basically, about love affair, sitting in the court, and things like that. Nothing about common people. They didn't look outside the court, actually, in the poetry. White, Surrey, all these people. They were basically concerned about them anyway. So naturally, he was also worried about it. So he says, Mundassetti says, so perhaps he introduced it, therefore it's not the fault of Dushyanta. So Dushyanta forgot about it. And moreover, and he speaks all this in 1950s. And again, when you go to Robert Harper in her book, you find all these. Now, I'm not saying that she has taken it from Mundassetti. She must not have read it because that's in Malayalam. She wouldn't have been read it. He also, and Mundassetti also speaks about it, about how the Shakuntala story is presented in the Mahabharata, how the woman is very articulate, how she is powerful. She is not the silent, figure in the Mahabharata. She is a very powerful, articulate figure. Whereas in Kalidasa's Shakuntala, she's complete. And that's why Indian nationalism, as Thapar and many others have argued later on, that's why Indian nationalism took up Shakuntala figure as the ideal Indian feminist, right? Not the Shakuntala of the Mahabharata, but the Shakuntala of Kalidasa, who was silenced, very obedient and all. Now the point is, this kind of rereadings happen with the advent of theory. So text is no longer a repository of meaning by itself, but text is something that from which you read out, ideologies, the operating discourses, power relations, any kind of power relation, whatever. So a shift from, in short, let me conclude, the shift from literary criticism to literary theory marks, as I told you earlier, precisely this shift. This shift in understanding what text is, and rejecting the centrality of the author, and how everything becomes text, especially when you come to cultural studies and popular cultural studies. Everything is a text, not only that product of great books or the great tradition, as we said earlier, partly this idea of great tradition. Everything is a text. Everything that is an advertisement is a text. Or whatever you do is a text. The way you live at home is a text, actually. Whenever there is the advertisement of the washing machine, for example, only women people there. You begin to ask such questions. And this is exactly what literary text also did in a different manner. There is no hierarchical position between an advertisement and a literary text. It also represented women and other categories in different ways, of course. So only women are there. The modern woman who has to go out and work. So your time is saved. So the idea is still the same. The patriarchal notion that washing is your responsibility. So how you save your time is something that you decide, either by using the washing machine or things like that. So that kind of, so you begin to study everything. That's another thing that happens with the emergence of theory, and particularly with the emergence of popular culture studies. Everything becomes something that you academically study, because they influence people more than Shakespeare's text or a novel by somebody else, James Joyce. More than that, the ordinary magazines that you have, the films that you have, the advertisements that you have, they form your perspectives, your world views, what you consider as right and wrong, and so on and so forth. So this was made possible by this shift to theory and later to what we call cultural studies and so forth. I hope I have communicated at least a few things to you, and you could follow me. And thank you for patiently listening to me. So if you would like to interact with me right now, ask questions or even supplement, not only questions. I wouldn't claim to answer all the questions. Definitely, I may not be able to. But you can also supplement it. Okay? Add to what I say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful lecture. So, sir had beautifully traced the shift from the tradition of literary criticism to literary theory. He beautifully brought about the influence of Enlightenment era in the Romantic movement and liberal humanist approach. And what I found very interesting was to hear sir critiquing ideas that we usually take for granted. Like Professor Shakespeare is a text where we learn to appreciate Shakespeare, and how sir put it as a central part of colonialism. Interesting to look at it. And as a teacher of social history, I teach students saying origin of species, the text that turned the world. And to hear sir talking about it as, is it really? So he really made us to critique it. And it was wonderful to see sir linking different time periods, critics from all over the world, different ideologies. Usually you don't link the movements and ideologies much. So say for example, you associate industrialism with capitalism, but I found it interesting how he talked of colonialism and then industrialization and then capitalism. So thank you, sir, for grounding the ideologies to the political history. And it was interesting to hear your views about Adam and Eve, the tree of knowledge, questioning religion, different fields. And I'm sure the audience would have really understood how literature is shaped by ideology, class dynamics, and power structures. Thank you once again, sir, for kindling in us a critical perspective. Thank you. So if there are any questions, you can put it forward to sir. Anybody has questions? What are your views on Foucault with this topic? And how do you relate Foucault with this topic?
Actually, I didn't mention a number of other figures, of course, for want of time. Definitely, Foucault has transformed our understanding of our method of looking at text and everything. The moment you speak about, the moment you say, you dig into. When you speak about power dynamics or things like that, or questions of power, definitely. Or when I spoke about say anthropology, I told you colonial anthropology and how anthropologists were collaborating with the project of colonialism. I mean, Foucault himself, because Foucault's notion of power and knowledge is immediately brought in. Definitely, that was there when I mentioned it. I didn't actually speak about Foucault because many of the things had to be kept aside for want of time. You reread colonial anthropology because you have Foucault. I would say. That's what you understand.
You can also supplement, add to from your own experiences.
If we do not have any questions, then we shall break for tea. There will be a 15-minute break. Kindly come back sharp after 15 minutes. Thank you.
ആമി ഇത് വയ്ക്കാൻ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേ ഒരു പീസും ഇല്ല മൊബൈൽ കണ്ടാൽ നിനക്ക് വലിയ സൂപ്പറാണ് നിനക്ക്
I welcome you to the second session of this seminar. Every woman must own her story, otherwise we all are part of the silence, says Silent Selvi. With this note, I would like to welcome our resource person, Dr. Sushma D. Murthy, Associate Professor, Christ University, Bangalore. Gender studies, an interdisciplinary approach used for the study of gender and intersection of gender with other categories of identity such as ethnicity, sexuality, caste, and nationality. Dr. Sushma D. Murthy is a specialist in gender studies, feminist translation studies, psychoanalytical feminism. Dr. Sushma secured the doctoral degree in 2014 and has published books and numerous articles. She has guided and educated 17 PhD scholars, and she has secured Shastri Doctoral Fellowship in 2008. Dr. Sushma is a co-editor of Artha Journal of Social Sciences and a member of Editorial Advisory Board of TESO Interdisciplinary Journal. She has served as a resource person in all our recent seminars and has given valuable talks on gender studies. Her lectures are very useful for those who are doing research in gender studies. Her area of specialization includes media and cultural studies too. And there are emerging fields of research which are helpful for the research scholars. Apart from all this, Dr. Sushma D. Murthy is such a nice person, a humble and easily accessible person. I feel proud to welcome such an eminent person to today's second session of this seminar. On behalf of our department, I would like to welcome ma'am. To honor our resource person, I would like to call upon Dr. Aloysius Albert to honor ma'am with a shot and memento by Dr. Jogi. Thank you, Professor. Now I welcome ma'am to continue with the lecture.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me, all of you. So, very, very warm good morning. It's going to be afternoon soon. I would say warm quite literally because of those warm words and the warmth that I always get when I come to St. Xavier's. So days that I mean, I felt really so happy when I was entering the gates, and it felt like home in Tamil Nadu. And not to mention the warmth and hospitality of the department, especially some of my friends here. No, I mean, right from Professor Albert, I have to remember Professor Albert Francis is, previously I think your principal. And, I've always had so much of warmth and generosity of ideas from this institution. And it's really nice to come back. I remember when I first came, I came here to present a paper. And somehow I think something about St. Xavier's always attracts me back here. This is my third visit. And I hope that you find, my ideas and whatever I bring to the session useful for your research, for your teaching, even for the sake of reading more on South Asian feminist writers. So to begin with, I would like to thank the department for this opportunity. I don't want to mention any names, I might leave off a few. So I know that it's a big department, morning, and you have 2 shifts, and I'm told that you are around 23 people in the department totally. So thank you so much. And on that note, now it's already about 11:45. Maybe I can go on till 12:45. Please caution me at 12:30 that I need to speed up in case I don't pick up speed. And if I'm going too slow, putting you to sleep, you can tell me that too. Please feel free. Okay? Yeah. So I'm really, really humbled to be able to offer some ideas today, some approaches to what we commonly recognize as South Asian more specifically Southeast Asian feminist literature. And you might be wondering why I have such a fancy title for the presentation, Tinsel Doves and Lapis Lazuli. You know what lapis lazuli is, right, all of you? Yeah, it's a precious stone, rather a semi-precious stone, very blue in color, very intense blue, and it's very popular, right? Something beautiful. And of course, tinsel is all shiny, and we hang it up when we have festivals, when we want to decorate things. So imagine doves which are made of tinsel and lapis lazuli. And this is something that is inspired by one of the Southeast Asian feminist writers I have read. I will come to the writer shortly. And I will also tell you why I have taken this approach to Southeast Asian feminist literature. So let's move on. Now, before I start talking about South Asian feminist writers, one very common perception that we have of women writers, either in India or Pakistan or Afghanistan, or when we look at diasporic writers who are writing in the US and North America, we tend to look at the present generation. We tend to look at the first generation immigrants who either got married to well-qualified rich husbands, or sometimes very painfully they were thrown out of their countries into exile, both the political as well as artistic exile. Right? We know all about Taslima Nasreen and her identity with India and the problems she faced much later on. The point I'm trying to make here is that when we trace Southeast Asian feminist writing back to its roots, it's very important for us to go back to a period which is colonial. Okay? It's very important for us to recover that generation which Eunice D'Souza calls the lost generation. So the generation which probably your grandmothers belong to, any of you. At least, my grandmother belonged to that generation, maybe your great-grandmothers, right? Women who started writing and unfortunately or ironically started writing in a language that had colonized them. And that is what made women's writing in India visible to the global arena, right? So there is one part of Indian writing in English which is a direct result or consequence of colonization. And there is, of course, there are the bhashas, there are the regional writers writing from India, for example, or writing from China, writing from, whether it's Pacific or Atlantic or, the Indian subcontinent. From across the world, you have regional writers writing in their own languages or writing from their own spaces. So when we look at Southeast Asian feminist writers, we need to acknowledge both. And the classical terms that are used for these groups are, one is home writers, and the other one is diasporic women writers. Okay, and I'm going to problematize this approach, but this is the classical approach that we have, right? So you have home writers writing from home, and you have diasporic writers who are writing about homes or about homelessness in a diasporic space. So Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, for example, would be a diasporic Indian American writer. Yes. Similarly, you have Bharti Mukherjee. You can go way back. You have Indina Guru writers, first generation women who wrote from the spaces that they had emigrated to, right? Or they were exiled to. So, but before we visit these writers, I want to, they say charity begins at home, right? I think when we acknowledge South Asian feminist writing, let us look at a little bit of colonial modernity before we go to the post-colonial space. Okay, so this is a very interesting observation that Srila Roy makes in her book on South Asian feminism. Right, she says there is a generational divide. Somehow we don't touch base. We don't go back to the earlier generations. We either look at the first generation of immigrant writers who have gone abroad, or we look at the current writers. We don't go back to writers who wrote during the colonial period, or who wrote as a direct response to colonial modernity. And I think it's important for us, whenever you look at Southeast Asia, or specifically South Asia, to look at the regional roots of that writing. What were the politics that led women to write? What were the circumstances that led women to write? And what was their diabolical, if I might be permitted to use that word, what was their diabolical relationship with this language called English, right? Which brought them to writing. So I'm going to look at that. And largely, I think the crux of my presentation is going to be feminist historiography and how literature is historiography. I'm going to define that term for you. How does feminist literature rewrite history? That's what we are looking at from South Asian and specifically Southeast Asian context. And I will give you two very important conceptual frameworks to approach Southeast Asian feminist literatures. One is dialogic consciousness, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, and intersectionality, which is, I think, one of the most popular feminist research methodologies that is available today, whether it is empirical research or research in history, research in literature. When we talk about feminism, we talk about intersectionality, right? I hope you are familiar with these concepts. And then, of course, my presentation right here will try to redefine these very popular understandings that we have, or misunderstandings that we have of hybridity, transnationalism, and multiculturalism, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is that you need to look at the generations of women. You need to approach Southeast Asian women historically, and you need to understand that the second and third and even fourth generation women writers, right, are very different from the first generation women writers. And it's important to contextualize this because these women are not just, of course, they're writing literature, what is being popularly read as literature, but a very important register with which you can read Southeast Asian feminist literature as historiography, as a process of responding to history, rewriting history, or questioning critically the makings of history from which women are left out. I hope all of you are with me on the same page up to this point. Is it very complex? Are you all able to relate to what I'm saying? Yes. Okay. So I want you to pause a little bit and look at the women who wrote at the cusp of modernity, right? When women's education was seen as very liberating and also essential for the nationalist project, for the nationalist movement, for the freedom movement, right? So these were the early women who were educated, mostly in English. These were the early women who had to carry the burden of nationalism. I'm saying burden because the kind of nationalism that women were supposed to embrace was very different from the kind of nationalism that men embraced, even during the freedom movement. Right? I will come to you with an example. Right? So the first generation of Western educated Indian women were the pioneers in Indian writing in English, right? Pioneers in fiction and autobiographies in English. So you have people like Suniti Devi, who's married to she's married to the king of Cooch Behar, right? She is from a Brahmo family in West Bengal, which means that they don't practice idol worship. They have given up idol worship, and they have very, very secular views about religion. And from that space, she marries into a royal family where she's supposed to be not just a queen, but also a Hindu wife. Right, and you know what queens are supposed to be. They're supposed to be role models for all the women in the kingdom, right? So these transitions that women are doing, because her father was a reformer who started the Brahmo movement, Suniti Devi had to follow that in her childhood. And once she was married, she had to embrace Hinduism in all its religiosity, idolatry, right? All kinds of practices and rituals because she was married into a royal family, which was a very staunch Hindu religious family. So these are the challenges that women faced at that point in time, right? So women were products of colonial modernity emerging from gender social reform in India and Western ideologies of women's emancipation. Even my grandmother, she studied till 7th grade. She was about 12 years old when she got married to her maternal uncle, right? And because my grandfather was one of the few Indian men in an otherwise white department, I mean, the English department was full of white men, and he was one of the few Indians there, right? And he made sure that his wife studied English, read newspapers, right? So she was educated. If not in school, she was educated by my grandfather, right? And we take pride in the fact that my grandmother was very progressive because my grandfather was very progressive, right? But nobody really bothered to ask women whether they wanted to embrace this kind of modernity and what were the challenges that they faced in traditional households. So on the one hand, you had the project of nationalism, right, and the social reform movement to which women had to rise up to, right? And this was the time when you had, questions of banning child marriage, questions of, overtaking sati, I mean, by overtaking, I mean completely undoing it, right? And most of the reform movements were directed towards women. On the other hand, women had a lot of interaction with Christian missionaries because most of them studied in convents and native social reform projects that were initiated by white women. So it was very, very 19th century, late 19th century, early 20th century India before independence was not very different from Victorian England, where women's reforms and women's education were introduced. But who were these women who benefited from these larger patriarchal projects, nationalism or social reform, or even the missionary education that women received? Not, it was not the women in the grassroots. These were upper caste, middle class women who benefited from these kinds of reform movements. So which meant that some of the earliest writers that we see, right, women who write about being gendered into a nation, into a gender, into a class, into a caste, into the politics of being women, are largely upper caste, middle class women, right? So there was focus on education of women and negotiations with colonial modernity. So you see, women were put into schools as zananas, right? Parda was something that was largely questioned. Of course, a lot of women were under Parda at this point of time. It did not matter which religion you belong to, but Parda was more of a social fabric of concealment for women. So these are some of the realities of colonial modernity, right? So one example I would want you to look at very closely before we go to other writers is Ramabai Ranade. Ramabai Ranade obviously was married to Justice Ranade, the great reformer, right? And you will not believe this. She was married at a very young age. She was about 10, I think, when she got married. And Ramabai Ranade insisted that she learn both Sanskrit and English. And she had to literally recite the verses when he came back home in the evening. Right? So there is this young bride at home, young wife, learning English and Sanskrit because he is married to a social reformer. And the women in the family ostracize her, alienate her because they think that she's too smart or trying to be too smart, right? Look at this girl. She doesn't want to cook with us. She doesn't want to, be like other women. And she's trying to become very smart. So there is the equal burden of tradition because traditions won't change for women. Traditions are still the same. She's expected to cook. She's expected to clean. She's expected to be with the women folk of the family in solidarity. But on the other hand, here is a husband who is requesting her to learn English and also literally imposing English and Sanskrit upon a young child who has been denied otherwise common education. So there is an instance in her autobiography where she talks about how she goes to the temple, and in the temple they have a Harikatha going on. This is basically 19th century, late 19th century Maharashtra, right? And she's from an Orthodox Brahmin family. So she's going to the Harikatha every week. And at one instance, what happens is, usually the men are sitting on the chairs and women are sitting on the floor, right? And Justice Ranade asks her to sit with him on the chair along with the other men, right? And she's completely torn between the women, right, and the men, because she does not want to sit on the chair. She wants to sit with the other women. But Justice Ranade wants his wife to be a reformist wife. He wants her to take that big giant leap and be a reformist, right? Think in a very secular way, think in a very unorthodox way. So she pretends that she has an headache and she leaves the temple because she cannot make this choice between tradition and modernity. So you will see that the stroke of choice between tradition and modernity, or the onus of balancing both tradition and modernity, is something that is a result of colonial modernity. It goes back to the colonial times, right? It's not very different from what we are facing today as women. Our realities are, to a large extent, struggles between traditions which are social, cultural, binding, which are based on kinship, which are based on ritualization of identities, which you cannot give up. On the other hand, there is a global, cosmopolitan, urban, industrial world, right? A corporatized world, which requires you to give up all your, traditional roles or systems, right? But what do women do? Women, most of the time, they straddle these two worlds, which means that they somehow learn to balance these two worlds. Or, they feel guilty that they are neither doing very well at work. If they're doing well at work, they feel they are ignoring the family. Or if they are paying attention to the family, they feel guilty that they are not being efficient at work. So that divide right, is something that goes back to colonial modernity, where the idea of education and reform on the one hand, and tradition and female identity on the other hand, were seen as binaries. They were seen as opposites, and you had to choose one at any given point of time, right? And that is what, to a large extent, creates the burden even for diasporic writers, because they live in cosmopolitan, urban, first world settings, right, which require them to be, progressive, which require them to be secular, right, in a certain way. But at the same time, these women are seen as bearers of culture, preservers of culture, nurturers of cultures, especially because they're away from home, they're in another country, right? So it's the same conflict, right? You will see similar tropes, following from colonial modernity to post-colonial hybridity, right? And that's the reason why I gave you this example from a context which all of us are familiar with, which is the Indian context, right? Yeah. So now I will go on to the other writers. Are you on the screen? Yeah. Okay. So these are a few more. I'm sorry about the little thing that I could not remove it. Right. These are some of the other traits of colonial modernity. Right. So you have other like you have Ramabai Ranade, you have Sevantibai Nikambe, Ratnabai. Right. This is also the time when there is a rise in Brahmanical power and caste hierarchies. Right, on the one hand. On the other hand, there is reform, social reform and women's education, right? And there is the male patriarchal notion of modernity, right, which is imposed on women. And they have to make this choice between tradition and modernity. If you look at Apkinaray's novels, right, you will see this conflict, right? Especially in characters like Rosie, Daisy, right? And it's interesting, all of them are Christian women. Right? Have you ever wondered why a lot of heroines are Christian women and women who are trying to break the rules come from a different religious background, right? This is the colonial modernity that I'm talking about, which results in the post-colonial hybridity, right, which leads to the conflict between tradition and modernity. So the question that women asked was, what are you going to do by learning? Are girls going to business now? And will you ask your husbands to mind the home? This is a quotation from Sevantibai Nikambe's book, right? And this is the question that they were asked. I think today the same question is asked when it comes to a large extent, women's education, especially in the lower classes, right? Do you really, do you want to work or do you want to take care of the home, right? So let's look at first generation diasporic South Asian women's writing, right? So when we look at multiculturalism, when we look at hybridity, when we look at Hellenization, when we look at transnationalism as very important concepts that we relate to diasporic South Asian women writers, what are the concepts that they talk about? Of course, they talk about home and homelessness, right? And Baba calls it homeliness and unhomeliness. I hope you know this concept, right? Homelessness and unhomeliness are two different things. You can be at home, which means that you can be in your home, into which you are born, which is your family, which is your people, and yet you can feel unhomely. But you can be in a foreign country, supposedly homeless, but you can feel very homely. So Baba coins this word, and I find it very interesting that he's called Homi Baba, because there is home and Homi Baba. And he talks so much about home and homelessness. Have you ever thought about it? It's the same thing with Robert Frost, if I can just give you an aside, right? Frost's poetry is full of winter and frost. Right? Maybe at the time of birth, they decided to become poets or deal with these concepts. I don't know. Just an aside, okay? Take aside. But Homi Baba has so much to say about homeliness and unhomeliness, which is very different from homelessness. So the diasporic experience is the experience of not home and homelessness. It is, to him, it's rather an experience of homeliness and unhomeliness, which means that you are trying to make a home, right? And home is an idea. Home is an identity. Home is an emotion. Home is a memory. It can be any of these things. It can be all of these things. Home is never the place that you belong. And the place that you belong to is not just a physical space, obviously, but it is a sense of belonging. And it is these questions that are foregrounded by first generation diasporic South Asian women writers. And interestingly, to a lot of them, the domestic sphere becomes home. The domestic sphere that they have left behind. the domestic home, which is the nation which they have left behind, right? So there is a sense of nostalgia, there is a sense of not belonging to the new place, there is a sense of, assimilation that is not enough to acculture oneself to the new culture. So there is this dichotomy of the liminal space. Again, a term which diasporic critics use, right? The liminal space is this in-between space, right? Where you cannot go back home, neither can you belong to the country that you have emigrated to or you have been forced to emigrate to. Okay? So women are trying to recreate this domestic sphere, right, in a lot of diasporic writing in the first generation. Right? And how do they do this? They do it by talking about food. They do it by talking about culture. They do it by talking about relationships within marriage and the family. It could be something as simple as going to the supermarket. It could be something as simple as cooking a dish. It could be something as simple as how, although you might have a lot of money, you're converting all your money into rupees. And every time you pay $1, you might feel that you're paying a lot of money for something, right? And you might not really understand the language of the money of the country you have emigrated to. Rather, your sense of money, your sense of value comes from a very different culture, right? So it could be simple things like this, which are talked about in order to compensate for the domestic sphere that is absent from their lives. Okay. So what happens as a result of these kinds of, you could say, diasporic women's writing? At some point of time, you will see that most of them are exoticized. Most of them are celebrated for something that they are not. Right? It might interest you to know that there are references to certain diasporic women writers. For instance, there is one reference to the writing as something that fits so beautifully into the diasporic space. It is like a Raja's pocket. Why would you compare a woman's writing to a Raja's pocket, that to a Maharaja's pocket? Did Maharajas have pockets in the first place? That is the question that one of the critics asks. You will see another description of a diasporic woman writer. Her writing is compared to the folds of a silk sari, right? Because when you wear a silk sari, it breaks so beautifully, it falls so easily, it is so light and so graceful. To tell you how graceful the narrative is, they compare it to a silk sari. I mean, why would you do that? This is another form of Orientalism. So when we approach immigrant diasporic women writers, we tend to exoticize, we tend to romanticize these writers. We tend to overemphasize on the nostalgia and we say, oh my God, poor things, they're trying to recreate the home space. They are trying to recreate the memories. They're trying to, they're longing for what is not there. But that is a very unrealistic approach to South Asian diasporic women writers, because it is another kind of Orientalism, right? So there are entire articles which look at blurbs that appear on these cover pages or at the back of the book, right, about the book, right? Can you see me, all of you? Yes. So, and it's very interesting to see how most of the diasporic women's writing that is produced by the first world, by publishing houses, is meant for the white audience. It is a highly voyeuristic experience. It is a highly oriental experience. It's like looking at the elephants and the snake charmers. It's like looking at the palaces of the Maharajas. Why would you compare a woman's writing to a Maharaja's pocket? Right? Why would you compare a woman's writing to the folds of a silk sari, which fall and blend easily, which drape easily? Why would you do that? Because obviously you are recreating the nostalgia of Orientalism, which was how India was narrated, which was how Southeast Asia was narrated mostly. India as a land of spices, India as a land of snake charmers, right? And we still have these ideas about diasporic women writers. First of all, they are not taken seriously. They are not even seen as writers. They are seen as, obviously, like the classical Victorian adage that women can only write fiction. Why? Because women are emotional, Women are descriptive. Women cannot be concise with their language. That is why they write novels. And women are social beings, which is why they write social novels. Because the novel is supposed to be a very social form of writing. It has to do with society, classically, which it is not now. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you will see a lot of research papers, you will see a lot of knowledge being generated around these concepts of diasporic women rights. But that has changed now, because our notion of home itself has changed too. Because we belong to a world that is globalized. We belong to a world where there are networking societies. We belong to a world where technology binds us irrespective of our national boundaries. And the challenges of a second generation, third generation, fourth generation woman who is living in a foreign country is going to be very different from the experience of the first generation woman writer who emigrated, right, from her homeland. But we are still stuck in this piece. This is not what I'm saying. Most of the research that is coming out today on Southeast Asian immigrant writing, right, talks about this stereotype. So if you are interested in working on Southeast Asian or even South Asian feminist writers who are immigrant writers or diasporic writers, I would request you to go beyond the hominess and homeliness of Baba, right, to larger questions of globalization, larger questions of multiculturalism, larger questions of hybridity. We don't go beyond colonial hybridity. Remember, we did ambivalence, hybridity, and mimicry. But the meaning of hybridity has changed too. It's no longer the same. In a neo-colonial capitalist world, hybridity means something else. Okay? So it's important for us to look at the actual context of what women are experiencing in diasporic context today, right? Rather than sitting on to this trope of first generation diasporic South Asian women writers. As a case or as an example of illustration, I will discuss these three poems with you. I'll come back to it later. All the three are poets, and I have chosen them because it's easier for me to discuss them because they are shorter pieces. I hope that's all right. So let's look at the whole politics of globalization and multiculturalism. And a very important point that you need to keep in mind, transnationalism. Because we are not just looking at immigrant writers who have gone out of national boundaries. You cannot look at the world anymore in terms of national boundaries. You will have to take into account that most of our identities today are transnational. Our identities go beyond our national boundaries, and these are not just physical boundaries. This does not mean you have to live abroad to be transnational. In India right now, all of us are in a transnational space because we are products of globalization. We are products of multiculturalism. We are products of a hybrid existence where our identities are defined by multiple global factors which are not even traceable. Okay? So where do our ideologies and identities come from? They come from a space of globalization. So to quote Friedman, he says the globe has become flat. It's no longer round. Arjun Appadurai said this in 1996, way back in 1996. Paradigm of global cultural flows of people, media, technology, capital and ideologies has incontestably replaced the spatial divisions of West and East, North and South with their unequal binaries. So if you are no longer looking at the West as the binary and East as another part of the binary, how can you look at women who are writing from the West as being South Asian or Southeast Asian as a certain kind of or a certain bunch of or a certain group of writers? How can you say that they, they talk only about home and homelessness? How will the second or third or fourth generation woman look at the concept of home? Because her parents, her grandparents have already lived for 2 or 3 or sometimes 4 generations abroad. Will the questions of women who are living abroad as immigrant writers today be the same? Will their challenges be the same? No. Right? Transnationalism has not eliminated the way in which state apparatuses, entrenched patriarchal social values, traditional belief and kinship systems, and globalized, often predatory institutions of capital accumulation function within rigid boundaries. Now, this is the dichotomy. The world has changed. Its systems have, economic systems have changed. It's global, Networks have changed thanks to digital technology. But kinship systems have not changed. State apparatuses haven't changed. Patriarchal boundaries for women, cultural constraints for women have not changed. And by this, I don't mean gender alone, I mean caste, I mean class, I mean indigenous identity, ethnicity, age, disability. We are bound by all of these identities. Which is why I said intersectionality is very important to acknowledge. So when you say gender and when you say feminism, you cannot take the Western progressive approach. Why? Because education and employment alone do not guarantee equality for women in certain socio-political contexts, like Singapore or India or Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, right? Malaysia. There are so many ethnic minorities in Malaysia. There are so many English-speaking ethnic Christian minorities in Malaysia, which means that they are not Malaysian in the original sense, but because of colonization, they have converted to Christianity and they had an English education, but they are still minorities because they belong to certain tribes or certain ethnic identities. So there is a complexity of identities, especially if you look at countries where there are a lot of indigenous populations. We don't even look at the Northeast when we look at India. There are so many Northeast women writers today who are writing about feminism and ethnicity, feminism and indigeneity, feminism and the challenges of being a Northeast Asian, a Northeast Indian woman, of belonging to a particular tribe, and the politics of that gender, which is very different from, say, the politics of a woman who works in a city, who goes to job and straddles the work and home, which is very different. Okay? So women are at the intersection of bounded national interests on the one hand and global flows on the other hand. We live in a world where there are no barriers, no boundaries. Technology makes it possible, media makes it possible for us to belong to networking societies where there are no boundaries. But at the same time, we are bound by national boundaries, and belonging to a nation comes with the burden of belonging to a particular caste or religion. What does it mean to be Muslim in India today? What does it mean to be indigenous in Africa today? What does it mean to be First Nations in Canada today for a woman? What does it mean to be Dalit in India? You cannot escape that. You cannot hide under the one identity saying I'm Indian. Because there is a specificity to your gender. And it is the specificity of these intersections of race, class, ethnicity, age, even your sexuality determines your identity as a woman. So there are national boundaries which are fraught with other patriarchal boundaries, which are largely cultural, socio-cultural. But there is this postmodern world, globalized world, this world where everything looks good, feels good, right? This world where you can create an Instagram profile which looks extremely beautiful, which is a direct opposite to your Aadhaar card. Your most beautiful picture is perhaps on Instagram, and you're apologetic about it. If somebody asks you for the Aadhaar card, will you give it? Unless it has to be given. Right? And the people who look at the Aadhaar card will look at your photo. Most of them are in offices where they have a lot of work. Right? So I don't think anybody has put their Aadhaar card photograph as Instagram profile. Because Instagram is a space where you can create your own identity, right? So you have these spaces, but you have your national boundaries. And with nation and nationalism, you have other concerns, especially in India today. Your religion. No matter which religion you belong to, religion is highly problematic. Caste is problematic. Even for upper class women, it is problematic. So these are some of the challenges that we need to look at. So I just want you to quickly look at this very beautiful chunk of poetry I took from Arasanayagam. Arasanayagam is a Sri Lankan poet. And very interestingly, she was, in fact, her great-great-grandfather was the first Dutchman to land on the shores of what was then called Ceylon, before it became Sri Lanka, or before Sri Lanka came to be called Sri Lanka all over again. Right? He came in the first batch of sailors, Dutchmen who landed on the shores of Sri Lanka. So he was a colonizer. But over a period of time, there was a lot of intercultural marriage, interracial marriage. So she belongs to this community that we call burghers. Not burger, not McDonald's or something else, but a burger with an H, B-U-R-G-H-E-R. So she is half Dutch, half Sinhalese, and she is married to a Tamil. And most of her poetry was written at the height of the civil war in Sri Lanka, the civil, dissent that happened between the Tamilians and the Sinhalese. And she asks this question, where do I belong? She has this very beautiful poem called We Have Our Genealogies. If you have the time, please read it. Imagine being Dutch, which means you have a colonial history, and people will not forget that very easily. We don't forget our colonial past, do we? You're married, you're half Sinhalese, and you're married to a Tamil, and you're living in the 1980s in Sri Lanka, a young woman whose identity is so fractured, fragmented, displaced. And who will you support? Will you support the Sinhalese? Will you support the Tamil? Or will you hold on to your Dutch ancestry? So she says we all have our genealogies. We all don't have one genealogy, we have multiple genealogies. If you trace your genealogy back to its roots, you will be completely displaced. So there is no comfort in history because Sri Lankan history has always been a history of violence. She cannot forget the violence and the guilt of violence that her forefathers, Dutch forefathers, left behind. She cannot tolerate the violence that she sees on the streets of Sri Lanka. She has a beautiful poem called Nallur, if you have the time, please read. Where she talks about how there are dead bodies rotting on the streets. There's nobody to give them a burial. And she calls the civil war a necrophilic act. You know what a necrophilic act is, right? Even the dead bodies are not left alone. It's necrophilia. And the blood is running down the streets. And the Skanda, the Murugan in the temple, is sitting there quietly, patiently, calmly, waiting for the next Abhishekam next. Nobody rings the bell for him anymore, but he sits there while there is blood in the streets in front of the temple in Nallur, the Skanda temple. So the dichotomy of civic life and what happens to civic life in the face of war. And what happens when you are neither Sinhalese, nor Tamil, nor Dutch, nor anything, and you are called to be Sri Lankan. How do women respond to this history? This is a violent history. And you know what is happening in Sri Lanka right now. It's under emergency, right? Have women ever been asked what they think about history? I mean, what do you read about the Ukraine and Russian war right now? You only hear what is it that you read about women? How many women were raped? How many women were in the basement and were continuously raped and are now pregnant? You will only hear women as victims of war. Women are never active agents of war. And I'm sure if they're given a choice, they would not be. I'm sorry. With due apologies to all the men here. It's not, I'm talking about an ideology. I'm not talking about the men versus women conflict. I mean, it's not that dichotomy. I mean, has the history of war changed? Is there any war in history where women have not been raped or their honor is not taken? Like to prove a point that I'm an honorable man, you have to dishonor the woman who belongs to the enemy. And you take pride in it, including women. I'm sure you read this about this Russian soldier. And his wife said, go ahead, but make sure you're protected. Did you read about it in the news? Such shocking things. A Russian wife telling her soldier husband, go and rape the women, but make sure that you are protected. I don't want to use that word right now. But these are the narratives that you hear of women. And if history is a narrative of imperial rule and wars and plunderings and lootings and expansions of empires, then this is not the history of women. Women are either witnesses of history or they are victims of history. They are never active agents of history. And when you see women talking about war, whether it is civil war or global international war, whether it's Virginia Woolf from First World War or Arasanayagam from this civil war in Sri Lanka, you will see that their responses are the same. Virginia Woolf said, she said, as a woman, I want no history. She says, as a woman, I have no history. I want no history. She doesn't want to belong to this history, which is violent. She says, I don't care if I'm not a citizen of the UK, but I don't want to be a citizen of this kind of a nation where violence defines national identity. And that is why literature, especially by women, becomes very important historiographic material. And what is historiography? Historiography is a critical rethinking, rewriting of history. And you don't have to be a historian to rewrite history, because memory is history, emotion is history, personal experience is history. Not knowing what to do when people are dying on the streets is history. Leaving the pot boiling behind during partition, when you have to vacate your house, leave everything behind and go to the other side of the border. You leave the pot boiling. A lot of women talk about it. They talk about how they left a pot of soup or stew or curry or something, and they could not even switch off the fire. They could not douse the fire. They had to leave their heart and home, literally. You have this beautiful story about the couple which is carrying twins. Do you remember that story? They are crossing the Ravi. They are on one of these trains which is taken into Pakistan. And they have newly born twins, very young, few days old twins. And one of the babies dies on the train. And the husband says, maybe this child is not designed to go to the other side and start a life with us in Pakistan. Let us give this child a watery grave. So they are crossing the bridge and the river Ravi is flowing underneath. The husband takes the baby and he throws it under the water. Now, going to be many days before they can be able to bury it. So they husband comes back to realize that he has thrown the child that was alive into the Ravi. The dead child naked in the mother's lap. And this is exactly a metaphor for India, Pakistan. Because for the idea of Pakistan, you killed all those people who were alive. You killed all those relationships that were alive. You killed all those people who sat under the neem tree of a village and had conversations.
Class type
Think about India right now.
Back to back.
What is happening in India right now? And the communal violence that is happening right now. Think about it and think about this story. So a woman might not go out into the battlefield and fight a war, but that does not mean that she is not a witness to this. And more often than not, it is literature which becomes a testimony. It is literature which becomes a witness. It is literature which becomes history for women, because it is made up of very subjective emotions, feelings, memories, objects. Imagine if you have to leave your home and you can't carry anything with you except your own body. How would you feel? I don't know. I probably would die instead of going away. How attached are we to the simplest of objects in our house? And this is what homelessness means. It does not mean going somewhere else. It means leaving something behind to which you belong. The house does not belong to you. You belong to the home that you're leaving behind. Because it is tied up with an identity. It's the same thing with parda or hijab that we are talking about. Right? It is your second skin. It is something that you may not even think of it as gender. You might not even think of it as religion. It is what makes you feminine. It is what makes you a woman. I'm sorry, I'm talking about something very controversial here, but I will talk about it very objectively. I can never appear in public without my bindi. But this is not because I'm a Hindu. But for me, this is an indication that I'm a woman and I like to wear my bindi. And I'm not ashamed of it. With all the feminism that I talk, doesn't mean that I should, give up all my, symbolic feminine traits. And I should be ashamed to be a woman, to be a feminist. To be a feminist means that you're asserting your femininity in whatever beautiful way you can embrace it. It can be anything. It can be different things to different people. It can be a wave. It can be a bindi. It can be long hair. It can be a certain kind of clothing. And that is the diversity that we need to look at when we look at South Asian feminists, right? Because all of them come from different nationalities, they come from different cultures, different experiences of gender, of femininity. It could be religion, it could be caste. There is no feminism in India without caste, whether it is upper class, upper caste, or lower class, lower caste. You may not talk about it directly, but caste is very intrinsic to your experience of gender if you are an Indian woman. I'm sure in different parts of the world, femininity is different things. And it can never really be separated from race if you are a transnational, diasporic woman. Because you have crossed boundaries. And once you cross boundaries, no matter how big, it is an experience that changes your identity. I remember crying when Benazir Bhutto was assassinated when I was in Canada. I was there only for 6 months. If I was in India, I would not have cried, I'm sure. I cried. I had tears in my eyes when I saw Benazir Bhutto's, the footage on the television saying Benazir Bhutto has been assassinated. Because there I became an Asian. My dentist was a Chinese girl. I had to go to the dentist, unfortunately. And there she told me, I selected you as my patient. I said, why? Because this was a dental school. She was a PG student. She's still doing dentistry. She said, you are Asian, right? So I like to treat Asians. It feels like I'm at home. And here, what do we talk about the Chinese? In India, oh my God. All kinds of Chinese apps are bad, right? But if you go abroad, an Asian, Chinese woman is an Asian, an Indian woman is an Asian. Your identity changes. It transcends various boundaries. And sometimes it also reinforces a certain collective consciousness, which otherwise may not be possible within national boundaries. Right? So I just love this little piece from Marasanayagan. I thought I should read this out to you. It's all happened before and will happen again. And we the onlookers. But now I am in it. It's happened to me. At last, history has meaning. Up and until the time when the civil war happened in Sri Lanka, she was merely a witness. She was merely an onlooker. She had heard about how the Dutch had colonized the Sri Lankans. She had heard about violence. She had heard about how histories were written with the blood and sweat of violence. But she says now it has happened to me, where I am called upon to respond to this civil war as a Sri Lankan. And I don't know where I belong, but history now has meaning. Why? History is happening to you. That is why it has meaning. And unfortunately, ironically, that history is a violent history. It's not a history that you can embrace and belong to. It's a history that you want to disown. But you can't disown history. You're part of it, whether you like it or not. A lot of Jewish poets don't want to be Jewish for the simple reason that they will always have to carry the weight of the Holocaust ideologically. They cannot not talk about it. They cannot not talk about homelessness. They cannot not talk about Israel and the idea of home. So a lot of Jewish poets say that I carry the burden of history. And the history I have is so tattered and fragmented. It's not even a chronological linear narrative. Because what is home? Home is an idea. You have never been there, you have never seen it. You have never been to Jerusalem. Jerusalem is an emotion, it's an idea. It's like people in India who are Tibetans, who have never been to Tibet, who have never seen Tibet. Who might probably, I'm sorry, you may not see Tibet for the rest of your life, but same Tibet is an idea that you hold on, you have to support Tibet. So how do you respond to a history which is patriarchal, which does not give you any agency except as an onlooker? Yet you have to respond to it because you're part of it. Why? Because history is happening to you. History is not a spectacle, it is not an event. It is part of your identity. And that is what we call historicity. Historicity is your own position within a larger history. What position do you take within a larger history? So my grandmother who in Mysore used to feel very happy about the Odears. She said when the kings ruled, it was very nice. She liked that, she preferred that to democracy post-independence. And her memory of the Raja is, on the day of the Raja's birthday, they would all go to the palace, children. They all would get a handful of sugar. And that was the greatest treat in the world for them. The Raja is giving them a handful of sugar. Imagine little children going into the palace and getting a handful of sugar. She took pride in this system. She took a lot of pride in this system. Right? Although we might say, monarchy and all of that. Because that is her historicity, because she belonged to that history. And her experience of history was very different. And probably because she was a woman, she didn't have to deal with politics. And everything was nice at home. She said, yeah, I like the Raja. Probably these small girls were in love with the Raja. You never know, right? Tough to admit. After all, he's a Maharaja, right? Anybody will be, will at least take a second look at him. He may not give you a chance, but no harm trying, right? That's just an aside. Keep you a little amused, right? Okay, this is how South Asian women become historiographers, because inadvertently, unwittingly, without even talking about history, when they talk about national boundaries, when you cross national boundaries or when you're within national boundaries, either way, as women, you are affected by history. And you don't have to go beyond Sri Lanka. This is a transnational experience for her because she is Dutch, she is Sinhalese, and she is married to a Tamil. Probably her household is just like a Tamil household in Sri Lanka. Very different from her colonial household back when she was a child. But it is her home. This is a diaspora that we all belong to, right? I think the most diasporic of people are women because they move to another house, they create a home in another house. They move to another experience. They move to different bodies. Right? A lot of things happen to their body, starting from menstruation. So we are always in this fluid space of transition, of migration, of sometimes exile. If you are kept for 3 or 5 days away from the rest of the household because you are menstruating, doesn't it feel like exile? I hope none of you are, sorry, I hope I can talk about these things. Right? It feels like exile. It especially feels like exile when you're young, when you want your mother to hug you, there's so much of pain in the body. But what she says is go sit in one corner. Don't touch me, don't come into the kitchen, don't go into the food room. I'm sorry, with all due respect, I'm not disrespecting women who follow rituals, but I'm saying how a young girl feels when she's alienated, not only from the household, but also from her own body, because you don't know what is happening to your body, right? So we all have these experiences, right? Okay. Okay, what am I doing? Sorry. Yeah. So this is, let me bring a little bit of, not theory. I don't want to bring in a lot of theory, but let's have spill back, okay? Because we cannot talk about post-colonial, multiculturalism without looking at what Spivak had to say, right? So, I mean, I'm not talking about her essay, Can the Subaltern Speak? I'm talking about how she revised that. She actually revises her entire premise. If you have read her later essays, unfortunately, we don't describe anything else to our students. We say, okay, Spivak, read Can the Subaltern Speak? You should read other essays where she answers her own question. So she says, subaltern studies constructs a theory of consciousness or culture rather than specifically a theory of change. So women may not be all out there empirically creating change or reform. Just because they are seen as passive, it does not mean that they are not thinking about it. So how does women's writing work? If you are looking at women as a subaltern, there is a theory of consciousness or culture. So their questions are questions to culture, to nation, to patriarchy, to caste, to gender, to the body. And they're asking these questions through literature. They may not be going out there and changing the world, but there is a consciousness raising experience. Resisting elite methodology for subaltern material involves an epistemological, ontological confusion. This is very, very simple. It means, thanks to the departmentalization of ideas, thanks to the fact that we are sitting in the college and talking about feminism, thanks to the fact that we have theoretical frameworks, conceptual frameworks, we have methodologies of research, ideologies of thinking, we all belong to an epistemological space, because epistemology is about knowledge, right? But ontology is about experience. How can you talk about the subaltern without talking about experience, is what she is asking. Unfortunately, we belong to a very epistemic space, but we are dealing with ontological issues. So the basic crisis of the subaltern being able to speak is also about the subaltern not knowing how to speak the language of knowledge, because the subaltern experience is an experience. So we may not have a language for that experience. Is there a language for pain? Is there a language for violence? Is there a language for some of the deepest human experiences? No, we still don't have a language. And if you introduce language, it becomes epistemology. And this is the problem with history. History has its own vocabulary, it has its own language, it has its own register. Whereas people who experience history have very subjective experiences, which may not fit into this epistemic register. How do you resist elite methodology as feminists? How do you write a history without using the language of history? Because if you use the language of history, it is a colonial language. It is a language which celebrates power. It is a language which is based on expansion. It is a language based on empire building. It's a language based on hierarchies and hegemonies of culture. So how do women write when there is an elite historicism? How do women write their histories? And that is what she actually means when she says, can the subaltern speak? And in her later essays, she elaborates on this. Sorry. Okay. Now, Mahashweta Devi, obviously, when you talk about Spivak, in fact, it was Mahashweta Devi who changed the way Spivak thought. Because Mahashweta Devi worked a lot on translating. Spivak worked on a lot of translations of Mahashweta Devi. And that is when she discovered this dichotomy between epistemology and ontology. Because Mahashweta Devi was talking about tribal women. She was talking about caste. She was talking about what we call as the, what do you call that movement, right? The Naxalite movement. And what happened to the tribes as a result of it. So Mahashweta Devi says, I have always believed that the real history is made by ordinary people. The reason and inspiration for my writing are those people who are exploited and used and yet do not accept defeat. Sometimes it seems to me that my writing is really their doing. So do you see how writing overcomes the epistemology of knowledge? So when you write as a woman, you are writing history without the epistemic burden. And in writing, that dichotomy is lost, which you have in research, which you have in universities and departments and critical knowledge and critical thinking. So what we are trying to say here is that writing is a very important historiography. You can read literature as history. If you are going to look at history as consciousness, if you are going to look at history as a cultural text, you can read literature and treat literature as history, and we should do that. Right? So the complexity of gender requires an interdisciplinary and post-disciplinary set of resources. Judith Butler. Right? So she says gender studies and women's studies are domesticated within the academy, which is why only in the feminism class or gender studies class you will talk about women. Anywhere else you talk about women, what do people tell you? Oh, you are a feminist. And you are always looking at everything from a feminist point of view. Why not? Why can't I look at history from a feminist point of view? Why should I talk about gender only in the gender studies class? Isn't that the whole point of feminism? That we question existing systems of knowledge. South Asian feminisms have a long history of resistance to feminist epistemology and foreground women's ontological lived experiences. So how do we look at South Asian feminist writing? We look at it from two lenses. One is intersectionality and the other one is dialogic consciousness. Now dialogic consciousness is something that was introduced. Oh my god, battery is running low. Do you have the charger? This. I'll just finish in 2 minutes. Yeah. So feminism needs to open up a dialogue with the intersectional aspects of oppression. Gender cannot be isolated from caste, class, race. I'm not prescribing these things. This is what South Asian feminism is about. And it is a direct counter-narrative to mainstream, Western, progressive, radical feminism. So the term intersectionality, as you all know, was first used by Kimberly Crenshaw. She was actually a legal advisor for a woman who had serious problems with both her race and an Afro-American woman who came to her asking for labor reform because she felt she was doubly oppressed. But Crenshaw lost the case actually. She could not defend the movement. But then out of this whole thing, she developed the theory of intersectionality. And bell hooks later elaborated and made it popular. What does this mean? It means that oppression and privilege can coexist. You can be upper caste, but if you're upper caste woman, because you're a woman, you're oppressed. You can be lower caste, but if you're a man in your caste, you have a better, hopefully. I mean, you have slightly, better conditions than a woman in your caste, or in relation to their caste, right? Which means that oppression and privilege are not opposites; they can coexist. Intersectionality allows you to look at the multiple identities that come together to form your identity. And at any given point of time, you can be privileged to the world outside, but you can actually be oppressed. You can be a man, but if you decide to become a woman, a hijra, how will society treat you? They'll say, I mean, why are you giving up your masculinity? You're supposed to give birth to sons and, you're a man. You want to become a woman, that's the lowest form of identity. Man becoming woman. Because not everybody is privileged to be born a man, right? I mean, tradition. I'm not saying to all of you. Ideology. So you can be upper caste and have a different sexuality. You can be lower caste and you can have a lot of money and enjoy all the privileges. You can be all of this, but you can be an indigenous person belonging to a particular tribe. And your challenges on gender might be totally different. So South Asian women have been writing from within a predominantly male literary tradition. And they question notions of femininity within larger hegemonies So you cannot have a South Asian feminist approach which does not look at one or more or all of these questions of hegemony. It could be the state, it could be law, it could be religion, caste, race, class, ethnicity, include sexuality, disability, age, everything. Femininity is contingent and cannot be isolated from culture. You can't isolate a South Asian woman from the cultural politics of her identity. And it's very complex. Very complex. Most of these South Asian women refuse to straddle the heterodoxy of modern culture and binaries of tradition versus modernity. What is heterodoxy? Heterodoxy is the complete opposite of orthodoxy, but it is equally oppressive. Heterodoxy is, India's Dharma talks about it, right? So Muslim women who live in foreign countries, they are required to assimilate themselves to the Western culture around them. So they may wear stilettos, they may wear tight clothes, they might wear lipstick on their mouths. But she says they still wear the parda of the mind. Because every woman wears the parda. There is an ideology which requires you to be a woman in a certain way. And that is the parda. Where is the actual parda? The parda is the parda of the mind. And if you are not Orthodox Muslim and if you are living abroad in a Western country, thinking that you are progressive, you are wrong, because you are part of a heterodoxy, which is a lot of different ideologies. And they are not even straightforward. You don't even know that they are ideologies. So you will think that I will wear lipstick and wear tight clothes and I am a liberated woman. But you are still a Muslim diasporic woman living in the US or North America or East, right? So women have more heterodoxies now than they have orthodoxies. Either way, you have to conform. Okay, so these are some of the, I will just give you these names and look it up because it's impossible to look at Southeast Asian feminist writers in one session. There are so many of them. But all of these are writers, some from Bangladesh, some from Pakistan, some from the British Indian. They look at religious fundamentalism, the veiled and benevolent federalism, which is the West telling you, oh my God, you poor things, religion is oppressing you, don't wear the parda, right? That is paternalism, right? We will protect you, we will represent you. So you say all Afghan women in Afghanistan are oppressed because they wear the veil. You are not bothered to ask the women whether what the veil means to them, right? So this is Malaysia, where you have ethnic minorities. Uma Mahendran, Anita Sundarraj, both works explore problems of social integration and national unity faced by English-educated members of an ethnic minority. Because they are English-educated, they have the challenge of being an ethnic minority in Malaysia. Of course, Bricklane, you all know about, right? Bangladeshi diaspora, Sonikalis Bricklane. There are a lot of other Bangladeshi writers. I'm sorry, I'm mentioning only the most important ones. Sri Lanka, Hybridity and Ethnic Conflict, especially Alsanaidu, who questions the preemptive inclusion of nation as the basis of post-colonial history and the subsequent exclusion of subjects outside of the binary. If you want to be part of history, you have to be part of the nation. If you can't be a citizen of a particular nation, then you have no history. That is what it means. And citizenship is not just your Aadhaar card or your identity. It's a lot more complex than that. So some of us are more Indian and some of us are less Indian, or at least some people think that way, right? Okay, this is where I took my lapis stubs and these are two writers from Afghanistan living in America, poets. I will just read one of them. 1998, New York City. In an apartment overlooking a blue-gray street, her mother's veil hangs on the wall like a talisman. Her lapis doves and tinsel mountains are misplaced and glorified behind plates of glass at museums. She visits them weekly and cleans the glass between them. So your mother's life is frozen behind a glass pane in a museum in New York City. And you're standing there and looking at your own country in a foreign land behind a glass pane. And you're trying to wipe the glass clean so that you can look a little more clearly at your own history. That is how far away you are from your own history. That's why a lot of Afghani women say that, they say our history was made by long bearded men, right, who literally gave away, gave their blood and sweat and, they went to war on their white horses. So images of Afghanistan are filled by these warriors. And young girls are taught, see, these are the heroes of Afghanistan who went to war, their beards dripping in blood. And you come to, that's how we all learn history, isn't it? Wars. Remember how we used to hate history? War is not enough, then you have to look at the treaty. And one war is not in a war. First World War, Second War, Third War, Fourth War, then first treaty, second treaty. Remember all the dates we had to learn by heart? Do we remember any of that? I don't think so. I don't remember anything except maybe 2 days, right? So, these are the last few questions. I'm ending with questions, not with answers, because these are the questions that you take away from Salvation feminist literatures. So, Sheila, I'm sorry, it should be Hands, actually, there's a mistake there. Are women hidden in history or hidden from history? She asks. She's a historian, by the way. Are women hidden in history or are they hidden from history? This is a very important question. So Hayden White says literature is important to understand history through embodied consciousness rather than disembodied objects. Because up to and until now we are looking at history as objects, disembodied, they have no emotions, no feelings, no memories. How many people were killed? How many states did he conquer? Who all became his subsidiaries? How big was and what architecture and marvels did he? If you say something like Shah Jahan built Taj Mahal, he did not build Taj Mahal, right? So it's incorrect, but that's how you're taught in history, right? Somebody built something. And you see that as a testimonial of how great the empire was. That's how we are taught history, right? So we look at history in terms of disembodied objects. But literature will allow you to look at history through embodied consciousness. What is history? It is your historicity, your subjective awareness of a certain experience in history, or a certain experience through history, or an experience as history. Because no matter how much you tell me about the British era, I will not know anything about it. I can only experience it as a post-colonial subject. Right? So South Asian women's writing has gone a long way in reducing the gulf between history and ideology. Ideology is always seen as separate from history. History is seen as facts, events that happened in the past which can be verified. But can history ever be free from ideology? Can any war be free from ideology? And if history is not a series of wars, then what is it? Please tell me. I'm talking about history with a capital H, the colonial understanding that we have of history. So it has reduced the gulf between history and ideology, as well as reducing the gulf between epistemology and ontology, because literature is about historical experience. It's about lived experience. It's not about the knowledge of what happened in the past. It's not epistemic. It is ontology, experience. Okay? Right. So thank you. Questions? I hope I didn't put you to sleep. You have another session in the afternoon and your paper presentations as well. You have any questions? I'm sorry, I have a really long bibliography, and I'm sorry both the organizers and the audience. I didn't have the time to prepare the whole bibliography, but I will send you one on South Asian feminist writing. Okay? Anything else? You want? No questions? Yes.
Can you explain the term
Indigeneity. Oh, fine. So we'll realize that the creation of modern societies or modern nations especially in terms of colonization, was in terms of depriving the native populations their land, their resources. Sometimes their language was taken away from them. Have you been following the news about residential schools in Canada? It's so much in the news now. In fact, even the church has apologized, right? So what happened to most of the native communities, right? They were driven out of their indigenous lands and property, right? And their lands were taken over by the colonizers, right? So there is a sense of history that comes from a modernity that is post-colonial. And we look at these as natives. Even now, the term native has a very negative connotation. Right? You say he's going to his native. I mean, it has a certain register. It's not very positive. Or you say somebody is a native of, right? Native means that he's innocent, right? I don't know what we call in Tamil, right? Rural, rustic, not advanced, not progressive. Those are the registers with which we use the term native. Or we exoticize it. We say, okay, this is indigenous medicine, herbal medicine, right? Roots and herbs, and they are grown in the forest, fine honey. That's why it's so expensive, because it is so exoticized, right? So it's costlier to eat pure honey. It is less costlier to eat honey which has a lot of chemicals. Because our idea of consumption is so industrial, right? If you don't produce it, if you don't add a lot of chemicals and package it nicely and market it, advertise it nicely, then it's not a product. A product is a long process of depriving an object of its nativity. This is how cultures have been formed by colonizers. So if you belong to an identity, all of us are at some point of time we were indigenous. We have lost it. Because I wouldn't know which tribe I belong to, my ancestors belong. I would never know that. But if you belong to a culture which is still indigenous, which is recognized as a tribe, and which has to define itself in terms of a larger modernity, which is not indigenous, that is the challenge of indigeneity. Okay? Ethnicity is slightly different. You need not be indigenous, but you may have very major ethnic questions. So, for example, when the Kaveri riots happened between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, just an example, okay? So, I hope that's all right. So, I mean, you will have this Tamil. I mean, what happened during the what was that? What is that thing called? Where you have the fight with the bull?
Jallikattu.
Jallikattu. What happened to your Tamil spirit then? Oh my God, it rose up, right? You supported it. You did not consider that as violence, animal violence. Did you? No. Then this is Tamil culture. That is your ethnic identity asserting this. Similarly, with, I mean, I don't know how, what way I am Kannadiga because I have multiple histories. I know my ancestors. My grandfather, actually, paternal grandfather is from Tamil Nadu. My paternal forefathers are from Maharashtra. One of my grandfathers is from Andhra Pradesh. I mean, but I speak Kannada at home, right? But tomorrow, if somebody says something about Kannada, I will stand up and say, no, don't say that about Kannada. You know what is happening with KGF2, right? Yeah. Because it's a Kannada remake and it's doing very well in Bollywood, right? This whole question of is Hindi a national language has come up, right? So, I mean, you will obviously say, you cannot say this is not Indian cinema, this because it is a Kannada film. Who told you that Kannada is not Indian film? Who told you only Bollywood is the Hindi cinema is Indian film? When we say Indian cinema, we are talking about regional cinema also, right? But we don't consider that. Because so much of importance is given to Bollywood. So that is your ethnicity. Sometimes your indigeneity and ethnicity can be just the same thing. Sometimes they can be different. Okay? So, anything else? Okay, I'm leaving the podium here, hoping that I was able to give you some ideas to think about. Okay, thank you. You have a question? Yes,
if you want to leave, you can.
No, I don't want to leave, sir.
Ma'am, I mentioned that ontology is experience.
Ontology, yes.
Irrespective, you say that it could be alone experience. Don't you think that teleological is also an experience?
Which one?
Teleological.
Teleology. Oh, okay, okay. Very interesting. See, anything that is teleological, in my understanding, at least philosophical understanding, moves towards an outcome, right? It is linear, it is progressive, right? So when you say something is teleological, you want to know how it begins and how it ends, and the progression, right? To me, a lot of experience can be teleological, but a lot of experience can also be non-teleological. I think teleology can be epistemological if it is, what do you say, narrated in terms of knowledge. But teleology can also be experiential, right? What example can I give you? Medical humanities looks at, today we are looking at a lot of cancer patients, right? And their narratives of healing. In fact, one of my scholars is working on it, right? And in fact, it's very interesting to see how the pain or the trauma of cancer is not so much the physical trauma. It is the trauma of the stigma of cancer. Because you are treated differently. And cancer is always associated with death, no matter how curable or treatable it is, right? So a lot of people don't even tell others that they have cancer. In fact, you get to know about it after they die, right? So if you look at the whole idea of disease, you can look at it as, okay, he was diagnosed with cancer now, and then he died or he recovered from it later, and this is the teleological experience. But the memory of trauma can outlive the experience of teleological trauma, right? So teleology can be both. It can be epistemologically constructed and narrated. But to me, to a large extent, what defines teleology is the progressive narrative, right? I hope I have clarified you. I'm sorry, I'm not really a philosophy person. I could be wrong.
Then one more point, ma'am.
Yes.
When women when women were in somewhere, what's it? Sorry, the statement that you made, women just witnessed the history. They never took part in it. What about some? I want to bring to your notice about the women who were soldiers in the Spartan Empire. So in those days, they were warriors. They used to attack the enemies. So how would you say that women just witnessed the history alone? That point that with which I am not that much.
That's a very good question.
Unacceptable.
Yeah. See, the first response to you would be that these women are exceptions. You hear of one or two of them, number one. Number two, the very idea that you have to be a warrior to be an active subject of history. Who defines? Who defines that you have to get on a high horse and gallop and chop people's heads off to be called a warrior? One poem that I teach to my world literatures class, which I didn't want to bring here obviously because it's Russian, it's very relevant to me, is Anna Akhmachova's Requiem. I don't know if you have read that. So Anna Akhmachova, she's an Acmeist poet, she belongs to the Silver Age. I will just wind this up with you. I'm sorry, I know you're waiting for lunch. Yeah. So after Stalin takes over Russia, you know what happens to the poets, you know what happens to the artists, you know what happens to anybody who questions the totalitarian regime. So Anna Akhmachova's husband and son both are in the Leningrad prison. She is not allowed to write. This entire Requiem she writes because she is standing in the queue outside the prison, waiting for some news of her son. At least if they tell her he's dead, she can walk away. But she does not know. For months on end, women wait outside in the cold snow outside the Leningrad prison, not knowing what is happening to the men. So one of the women in the queue, she asks Akhmatova, can we ever talk about this? Because it will be completely silenced in history. Nobody will talk about women who are waiting outside the prison. You will only talk about men who are behind the bars. Right? So Akhmatova says, I will write a poem. And you know how she writes the poem? She She writes it by memorizing parts of it. And after the war is over, 9 years after the war, it gets published outside Russia. She says, I'm leading a shroud for all those people who gave up their lives during this totalitarian regime. And that is why if you look at Requiem, it is a cyclical poem and it is not chronological. You will be in 1942, suddenly you will go back to 1935, suddenly you are back in 1949. Because she is recalling the whole poem from memory because she was not allowed to write during that. So there very important part of that poem is called crucifixion. There she talks about Jesus becoming Christ because Jesus became Christ when he was crucified, right? And she talks about the two Marys who were standing on the sides. One is Mary Magdalene and one is Mary, the mother of Jesus. Both of them are weeping silently and everybody is looking at Christ. And the story of the crucifixion is the story of Christ. Because these two women were only witnessing the crucifixion, right? And she likens this to the role of women in history, especially in totalitarian regimes where they don't have an agency or a voice. I hope I have answered it. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Afternoon to all. Feminism isn't about making women stronger. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives the strength, says D.D. Anderson. Dear ma'am, your talk on colonial modernity to post-colonial hybridity is highly informative. It's really an inspiring one, and we got new ideas regarding feminism in South Asian literature. Balancing the tradition and modernity is a great challenge in the field of feminism. Women are witness and victims of history. It's true that women are the most important victims of diaspora too. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving valuable conceptual frameworks on this feminism topic. As a token of love, ma'am has brought speech for our department too. And this is a great positive note and a good start after these lockdown days. And I thank you so much, ma'am. And we will continue and carry on this love and affection in future too. Thank you, ma'am. And I thank all the participants of both online and offline sessions. Thank you all. The next session will start sharply at 2 p.m. through online, and the parallel paper presentation sessions will start at 3 p.m. Lunch is arranged in Women Empowerment Center. After lunch, kindly assemble here sharply at 1:55 p.m. Thank you.
எவ்வளோமா? போட்டுட்டா?
I'm very glad that
Hello, is anybody here?
consists of textbooks that are unitized and graded with incremental challenge levels. The source materials for the textbook poems, prose piece, short stories, and one-act plays are selected with special focus on their levels of linguistic language challenge, learning utility in building learning components, and interest sustaining aesthetic appeal. Apart from enhancing the reading skills of the learners, the source materials are exploited for the
congregation acceding art and wit as the pioneers, leading into the unexplored peripheries of the psyche. With much glee and jubilation, I stand here to introduce the speaker of the session. To get inspired is great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. We have with us a man of honor, a laudable ratiocinate, a legend of literary exuberance and ebullience, and a celebrity on literary grounds, Professor Pramod K. Nair. He is one among the top 120 global intellectuals of literary studies as per the Stanford University survey in the year 2021. He is ranked second among the most published researchers in arts and humanities in India and Southeast Asia. In the year 2018, the Visitors Award for Best Research in Arts and Humanities and Social Sciences was awarded to Professor Pramod K. Nair by the Honorable President of India. His academic and research specializations include fields such as colonial writings on India, travel writing, posthumanism and cultural studies, including emotion culture studies, celebrity studies, superheroes, science and culture, and graphic novels. Besides, he has published on extreme cultures and subjects such as the Bhopal tragedy that spread shockwaves around the world in the year 1984. His current focus is on human rights, vulnerability, and precarious lives as he talks on them through a series of books and essays. He serves on the editorial boards of Indian Journal of Gender Studies, Celebrity Studies, Journal of Post-Colonial Writing and Journeys, along with being a reviewer of dozens of journals and publishers worldwide. It is an immense delight to have a man of such literary caliber amongst us and to hear him in this gratifying moment. In great pressure, I, on behalf of the Department of English, St. Xavier's College, welcome you, sir, and with great eagerness to be wait to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. As my title indicates, I am going to be speaking on nuclear colonialism. I just want to check, am I audible? Would somebody please confirm if I'm audible? Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah. I'll be speaking on nuclear colonialism and the question of indigeneity. This is primarily to do with nuclear testing, the dumping of nuclear waste, and the literature and cultural practices, cultural artifacts that have been produced around this theme. Why this is important is, I would think, self-evident. The nuclear reactors, the nuclear testing grounds, and the nuclear dumping grounds have invariably changed the situation, landscape for people, not only in the present generation, but for many future generations. In other words, the nuclear toxins that seep into the soil, into the waters, last for centuries, thousands and thousands of years, because the half-life of, say, uranium or plutonium is 135,000 years, well beyond the imagined lifespan of humanity itself. Nuclear cultures are central to a lot of protests around the world, advocacy campaigns, and have also produced enormous numbers of literary texts, films, documentaries, memes, jokes, etc. I'm looking at only one small aspect of this, and that is to do with questions of nuclear colonialism and indigeneity, that is about native dwellers or inhabitants of a particular place. And what I have to say might be self-evident if you were to pay some attention to the protests against nuclear reactors in India. If you read newspapers about the effects of nuclear colonialism in other parts of the world, including the United States, Finland, Australia, in fact, it is more or less a cosmopolitan condition. And what I'm speaking here of today is actually a part of a much larger book project on nuclear cultures and a subset of a chapter on anti-nuclear cosmopolitanism. All right, so in part one of what I want to say, I'm titling this Mining of Land, and has to do primarily with uranium mining. And as we know in India, uranium mining has been a bone of contention for much Please mute the others.
Yes.
So the first part of what I have to say has to do with undermining of the land, and is to do with uranium mining and the issues around it, which have come up in multiple literatures and documentaries as part of the anti-nuclear campaign. So in Uranium, Is It a Country, 2008, it's a documentary. The protagonist, Reg Dodd, begins by telling us that in an area of about 150 kilometers, there are 3 to 4 big mines. He informs us that the Aboriginals, those are the Arabana peoples, who do not go near such mining places because they believe these are poisonous. In the same film, practically in the next frame, Dave Sweeney of the Australian Conservation Foundation suggests that given the role uranium plays in war, the best thing to do for the world is to keep the genie in the bottle, end of quote. In Dodd, the discourse is of the toxification of the land. And in Sweeney, it is what the land is made to exude, spew, that toxifies the world at large. This set of shots, these are 2 different frames, is interspersed with the head of the Uranium Mining Corporation, who speaks in terms of the profits generated. And next shot, an anti-uranium protest march. Multiple discourses intersect here, from capitalism and its ruthless pursuit of profits to the local community's ignorance, beliefs, and fear around mining, and the role of places, and finally, the saving the world. From an entirely different context that I'm now turning to, Chantal Spitz's novel about nuclear tests in Tahiti, Island of Shattered Dreams. That's the first Tahitian novel in English. Island of Shattered Dreams, a character ponders over the impossibility of their, that is the natives' situation with the arrival of the new technology. Quote, how can anyone explain the inexplicable when there are no words for it in their language? Words like base, launch, missile, laboratory, experiment, nuclear. How can anyone pass on images that their minds cannot begin to imagine? Spitz's character here is addressing the key problem of comprehension. The Aboriginal or native dweller who does not know or understand nuclear colonialism. 3 domains figure prominently in anti-nuclear discourses about nuclear colonialism: uranium mining, nuclear testing, and nuclear waste disposal, as I said in my preliminary remarks. And in all of these places, the place is the focus. So placing protest. In the protracted Jabiluka anti-mining campaign, the emphasis was dual. and this is Jabiluka is in Australia. The emphasis is dual: the present act of mining and the consequences for the future. Emphasis in the documentary Jabiluka 1997, emphasis is laid on the fact that the island is the traditional home of the Mirar people. They describe themselves as the world's oldest living culture. Speaking about the land, Magarula says in the film, quote, "We own the country, our country, black country, not white country." End of quote. Into this land, which Magarula says, has sacred sites of significance to us, comes the white man who, and the voiceover says, understands the value of uranium in an energy-hungry world. The mining, as the protesters and campaigners point out in films like Jabiluka and Dirt Cheap 30 Years On, the mining disturbs the traditional environment of the native Aboriginal people. From India, in Buddha Weeps in Jadugoda, 1999, a documentary on the uranium mining of the Jadugoda region of Jharkhand, the film opens with the origin story of the people of the place, the Santals, the Mundas, and other Adivasis. And the film focuses on their sacred groves and their rituals. A journalist from the community says in the film that the land's resources are not for our prosperity, they have become our curse. The opening statement in the voiceover by the traditional landowner Ines March of the Adin Manatana people in Nuclear Wasteland, a 2016 documentary about the Flinders mountain range chosen by the government as Australia's first nuclear waste dump, he says, "It feels like a death penalty." In Chantal Spitz's novel, Island of Shattered Dreams, which I've already referred to, the natives finally realize that the creation of a nuclear test site means that the white man has appropriated their sacred islands, their waters, their burial sites. And I quote, "On what land will we bury our children? The land does not belong to us. It belongs to the generations to come. This is our home, and we don't want their center. Why don't they set it up in their own country?" And that is nuclear colonialism. The residents are expelled, they lose their homes. This is the discourse of place that operates in the context of the anti-mining protests. And the discourse has several components. In anti-nuclear documentaries from countries as diverse as Australia and India, uranium mining is pitted as the binary opposite of, and indeed antagonistic to, cultural heritage and the values of the local populace and residents. The Aboriginals and Adivasis, the forest dwellers of the Jadugoda region in the film, represent one specific set of values, and the modern man, white or brown, represents the exact opposite. There is also the discourse of nature versus culture, where the Aboriginal way of life, not unproblematically of course, but perhaps as an instance of what Spivak will call strategic essentialism, is valorized for being closer to nature and less exploitative of it, while the modern white man's culture is brutal and exploitative. Kakadu, Jabiluka, Jadugoda represent in this rhetoric places that are older than time, prior to the white man, and therefore the very antithesis of the contemporary. So the films scan the landscape, and there are these shots in all these documentaries of these vast stretches of mountains, dry land, shrubs, bushes, etc., so that you get a sense of the place. And then there are images of the everyday lives of the residents, the rituals, songs, etc. Then the film will cut to, the shots will cut to the containers, machinery, offices. That's the mining industry. So two different ways and views of life are presented to us. The Aboriginal village versus Melbourne or Sydney, the Jadugoda region of India's Jharkhand, Bombay or Delhi. In all these, the location of the protest, Kadaku, Jadugoda, Utah, is central to the protest's rhetoric and dynamics. As people have argued in their analysis of the role of place in social movements, place functions along with other rhetorical performances in social movement discourse. In these texts that I am talking about, the place-based arguments discursively invoke images or memories of a place to support an argument. In Buddha Weeps in Jadugona, we are shown scenes of rituals and ceremonies. And it is, I admit, an overly, what do we say, romanticized image of Aboriginals and forest dwellers and Adivasis. And there seems to be a kind of mythic idea being proposed that this is the ideal way to live, that this is a very pure form of life and pure form of culture as well, which is perhaps a bit of an exaggeration, and we need to keep that in mind, but be that as it may. In Buddha Weeps in Jadugona, we have shown scenes of, like I said, rituals and ceremonies being held in the community. There are scenes of community prayers and feasts and cultural festivals. In these scenes, like in the shots from other documentaries, which shows the indigenous populations in their everyday lives, the place functions as material rhetoric. The emphasis on local cultural practices, memories, and values of sacralized places in anti-mining campaigns renders the place both material and symbol. So what I'm trying to propose is, the place is material, as in it exists. There is land, the land has its resources, which includes, of course, a uranium, which is what makes the place valuable, but it also functions as a symbol. And that is therefore constitutive of the very rhetoric of protest. The protection of the sacred places, as we see in all these protest rhetoric and documentaries, is offered as a counter to the nuclear colonialism and its nuclear and its rhetorical moves, specifically the rhetoric of nuclear stewardship, which is not what I'm going into now. And this nuclear colonialism is disrespectful of the place, its history and its myth. There's one more aspect of the material rhetoric of place. The battle is against the local source of materials that fuel massively catastrophic wars in some other part of the world. And this is an interesting, if slightly ironic point. What I want to emphasize is that in the anti-nuclear protests, not about that particular region alone, and in all cases that I'm aware of, expands beyond that the locality, primarily because, as we know, the uranium mined in a particular place is not used in that particular place alone. It is shipped, and uranium transportation and uranium transformation are both transnational. So, for example, the uranium that fueled the Trinity explosions and eventually the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs had to be sourced from Africa. And it was sourced from Africa, not by Africans, not by the United States, but by a Belgian company, which then tied up with DuPont Chemicals, DuPont and other massive corporations, to work with the United States government to make the bomb. So uranium becomes a transnational object, and hence is the subject of analysis for colonial rhetoric, neo-imperialist moves. So like I said, the battle is against the local source of materials that fuel massively catastrophic wars which are fought elsewhere. It's not in the Aboriginals' backyard that the war occurs in which uranium is used. But the local place provides the material which then becomes the bomb elsewhere. So the protests therefore invoke places from elsewhere as constitutes a protest here. As the protesters' placards declare in uranium is it a country, it says, and this is a protester holding a card, stop uranium mining to stop wars. So it is not war per se that is being protested, but the backdrop to the war, the backdrop to the manufacture of more and more dangerous weapons through uranium production and the transnational impact of, say, Australian uranium production on wars in other parts of the world. This is a transnationalization of the material rhetoric of those places that are marked by the presence and extraction of uranium. The other parts of the world are material embodiments of Australian uranium, so to speak. Protesters at sites like Jabiluka, Jadugada, or Utah place their bodies at the site. So if you look at these protests and the films about those protests, the idea is to prevent the mining by placing your own bodies there at the site itself. And that therefore transform the site into what people have called embodied rhetorical performances. So there are scenes of the protesters lying down, being pushed and beaten and arrested, of course, naturally, from cities and mining areas, which achieves multiple effects. First, exposing the body in the course of the protest to police reprisals, argues Judith Butler, serves a political purpose. The bodies, which are often of locals and protesters from outside, braving action, reaffirm the embodied nature of place. The places are those from which bodies have been displaced to enable uranium mining, as in the case of Marilenga or the Marshall Mountains, or whose presence has simply been ignored, as in Utah or Jadugada. In Butler's words, when the bodies of those deemed disposable or ungrievable assemble in public view, they are saying, we have not slipped quietly into the shadows of public life. We have not become the glaring absence that structures your public life. That is, the place endows these diverse bodies, locals, journalists covering the event, participating outsiders, etc., with material and symbolic value, not only as vulnerable bodies, but as bodies adhering to the values of that place. So you have people who are native inhabitants and who have come there to try to protect their land, etc. But there are also people who have come in from the outside who try to do the same thing. So Aboriginal protesters who belong to the land where uranium is being mined are deemed as trespassers by the state. That's the irony of things. So one Margarula, who's an Aboriginal land leader objecting to the mining in her area, went to court, and the Australian High Court ruled against a petition and agreed that she's a trespasser. How is she a trespasser? It's her Aboriginal community's land. But now that land has been taken over by the mining corporation, and when they try to protest, they are deemed to be trespassers. So when Margarula and her associates from the community come to occupy their traditional sacred land in an attempt to demonstrate that they belong here and not the white man with the machinery, the place rather than the individual becomes the face of the struggle. I am adapting here the work of W.J.T. Mitchell on the Occupy movement. And Mitchell proposes that the Occupy campaigns lacked a definite form or figure other than the dialectical poles of the mass and the individual, the assembled crowd and the lone anonymous figure of resistance. Anonymous individuals and the masses of protesters perform what Mitchell calls an occupatio, OCCUPATIO, which he defines as taking the initiative in a place where one knows in advance that there will be a resistance and counter-arguments. Expanding on Mitchell's argument, one could argue that the Aboriginals and indigenous peoples who come trespass, as they were supposed to have done, on the sites of mining or testing are in fact the prior occupants of the land. What, to play on the word, I would say, are preoccupatio. The Oxford English Dictionary tells us that preoccupied is to occupy or take possession of a place in advance of or before another person. And when employed in this sense, as I do, it underscores, therefore, prior rights, that of the Aboriginals, and rights which the white man and the mining corporation have taken away. I also, of course, employ preoccupatio to signify being preoccupied with. In this case, preoccupied with the loss of the sacralized and symbolically significant place. As I have noted earlier, just a little while ago, the symbolic valence of the land for the indigenous people, the preoccupation of the place, is immeasurable. One of the primary contributors to this valence is the antiquity of the natural landscape and the antiquity of the residents of the place. An increased emphasis on antiquity and its residents, the preoccupatio, therefore marks anti-uranium mining rhetoric. The Aboriginals, the native dwellers, the Adivasis, are represented as predating the white man's culture and being as old as the earth. The timelessness, effectively, of the Aboriginals is treated as a precious and invaluable feature because it presents the origins of mankind itself. This timelessness, unfortunately in my view, is also romanticized by scenes that set the Aboriginals in their natural, within quotes, environments, whether it's the landscape of their hamlets or homes. The cut to the modern white man machinery, city, etc., shiny, organized, automatically signals an evolutionary scale where the Aboriginal is the manifestation of the earlier stage of humanity and the city represents the later stage. Now, I'm not sure this is an intentional attempt to recall an evolutionary process, but when you romanticize the Aboriginal in this fashion, it runs the risk of reiterating an evolutionary scale that that sociobiology and others have been discussing for several years now. And it also produces an echo of a colonial rhetoric of the natives being primitive and modernity appearing in the form of machinery and the white man. So if the Aboriginals represent the timeless antiquity of mankind, uranium and its byproducts represent the timeless futurity of toxicity. Anti-uranium mining discourses operate with this polychronic sense of both civilization and toxicity. In the second part of what I am going to do, which I'll begin now, I'm going to discuss the nuclear terra nullius. Nuclearization dismantles places that have for centuries supported indigenous populations. That's now a given, as I've just demonstrated. Hence, in most cases within these discourses, there's an overwhelming emphasis on the effects of nuclear colonialism. It's important to note that this modality of colonial domination of the natives in places where natural resources that European capitalism and modernity, industrial modernity, desired is an extension of older colonial practices as well. So as I mentioned a few minutes ago, the Hiroshima uranium came from Belgian Congo. After the war, Britain's colonial ties were to uranium supplying regions in Africa and Australia, and which helped maintain their nuclear relations with the United States. South Africa's eagerness to place its vast uranium reserves at the disposal of the West led the United States and Britain to gloss over the emerging apartheid regime. Internal colonialism, of course, figures here as well. The richest uranium regions in the United States are on Native American lands, on the Colorado Plateau, while Australians found much of the uranium on Aboriginal lands in the Northern Territory. There are plenty of such examples. The Soviet Union mined uranium in East Germany and Czechoslovakia, formerly Czechoslovakia. South Africa mined uranium in present-day Namibia, Canada on native lands, and India, of course, on tribal lands. Elsewhere, for nuclear testing, the United States tested its weapons on the Marshall Islands, France in Algeria and Polynesia, and Britain on Aboriginal lands. Even nuclear alarmism in the rhetoric of Euro-Americana carries vestiges of colonial discourse. And this is something political scientists have noted. The argument made is, it is better that uranium is in the hands of the First World rather than in the Global South. That it is safer to have the control over uranium in the hands of European and American powers, because the natives, the Global South, cannot be trusted to take care of uranium, cannot be trusted to be responsible, so to speak. So the community leaders in most of these cases speak of the loss of their lands, their rights, and their memories of the place. In the case of nuclearization, the creation of mining areas, quarries, and factories render the place of indigenous occupation and residence into non-places. In the process, the indigenous people become non-persons. They are replaced by engineers, technicians, etc. In effect, the non-place is constructed to the operationalizing of a very old colonial discourse, the terra nullius. The terra nullius was adopted very early during the Crusades and later by travelers, where the term terra nullius was first actually introduced by a pope, where the European arriving in Asia, Africa, Australia, other places, looked at the land and said this land belongs to nobody. Although there were visibly natives, aboriginals, residents of the place, they declared the land as nobody's land, terra nullius, no one's land, which meant effectively the natives had been displaced from that particular region, leaving it open for the Europeans to conquer it. So once you declare a piece of land, a region as terra nullius, it means very simply that the European is free to march in, to set up kingdoms, feudal territories, whatever they want to do. The minute you declare a land open to, when they declare the land empty, it discounts the people who have lived there for centuries. And in every protest campaign, the indigenous people who speak of their displacement from the land of their ancestors are focusing on this particular element of colonial discourse, which repeats in the nuclear colonialism of the 20th and 21st century. The white man and his machines have settled into the land and desacralized it for good through two modes. First, the intrusion of men and materials that arrive as material embodiments of a distinctive culture and process, extraction of natural resources. Second, the resources from under the ground are actually sold in international markets and to foreign nations, which means the sacred land with its special significance has been treated as not just terra nullius, that is devoid of people or nobody's land, but as being on par with any land with some resources as valued by the white man. And that's the key, as valued by the white man. Further, by transporting the materials from under the soil, say in Australia or Jadugoda, to different parts of the world, nuclear policy has redistributed the sacred land, fragmented it. The objections of the indigenous people who do not wish to be incorporated into the new landscape of mining and extraction are overruled, exactly as settler colonialism operated a century and a half earlier in Australia and Canada. This is what I'm calling the nuclear terra nullius, the operations of the state and the corporations that empty the land of its rightful owners and residents, but more importantly, render the land and region unfit for the future as well. Hence, the nuclear terra nullius is simultaneously about the past and the future. The land, the dwelling place of the indigenous people for centuries, has been deemed empty of people and yet full of resources. In other words, nuclear colonialism proceeds with a double movement. It empties the land of its residents and yet treats it as full. The uranium beneath the soil makes the land rich, and the people living on this land are of no account. That's the double movement. So the visitor, white man, arrives, looks at the land, says, oh, this is nobody's land. But what's beneath the land is of value, uranium. So you see, what you've done is you've taken away the persons and you've retained the material under the land. The value of the persons has been demolished. The value of what is under the land has been retained. This is the crucial part. The people are an excess, surplus, but the minerals are not. It's in the same double movement that the land is also rendered toxic, which induces displacement and evacuation of the residents for the inhabitants for an interminable future. With the mining of uranium and, of course, the toxic wastes, tailings and outflows, the land's use value has been irreversibly altered for the Aboriginal landowners. The toxification of the land is not only from the mining. The very presence of the outside around holy lands, combined with the extrusion of the minerals from beneath the earth, render the land toxic. So the arrival of the person from outside, the white man and the machinery, and the digging up of the uranium from beneath, both are modes of desacralizing the native lands. So the de facto logic of the terra nullius is operationalized and made visible in a different mode in the case of nuclear testing and waste disposal sites. And this is documented as part of the art of anti-nuclear campaigns. Peter Goin captures the nuclear terra nullius in the photographs in the volume Nuclear Landscapes. He sets up a sequence of photographs through a photographic textual framing and shows the photographs of the Trinity explosion, the construction of the Hanford nuclear reservations, the Marshall Islands, Nevada tests, and the landscapes. And everywhere, the land is radioactive. Yucca Flats in the United States now show signs of life. Remnants of the buildings set up for various purposes dot the landscape. Even some apparatus such as an army tank remains highly radioactive. Elsewhere in the South Silent Canyon of the Nevada test site, the canyon's neighboring cliffs show signs of accelerated erosion. The fault lines have shifted on the valley floor. Subsidence craters appear in other cases. In all these pictures, Goin focuses on the geological damage from nuclear tests. In other places, Hanford, the entire farming community was evicted. They were originally, as he puts it, successful farming regions, but it's not strictly speaking terra nullius. But the orchard was cut down after the area was condemned for use in the Hanford nuclear reservation. So the photograph shows a landscape of scrubs with hundreds of tree stumps. It's exactly what it looks like, a site of deforestation, except that the deforestation is nuclear driven. He also tells us that the waste storage pond has water which is contaminated with radioactivity. And there's a whole group of photographs, about 3, if I'm right, all titled Burial Ground from the Gable Mountain Pond. Peter Goin shows a burial site which captures a landscape with massive storage tanks under the soil. And these are irreversibly contaminated. He then moves on to the Bikini and Enipetak atolls, the Marshall Islands, and photographs the massive crypt. This is huge crypt, and it's called crypt, by the way, it's not my term, containing 111,000 cubic yards of radioactively contaminated soil. Think of what we are looking at here, 111,000 cubic yards of radioactively contaminated soil. And there are patches of lush green, but the island is radioactive. Then there is an island with a whole bunch of coconuts. All those coconuts are contaminated, radioactive. Goin captures empty lands. However, as he underscores, the Bikini and Marshall Islands were inhabited spaces, as were the lands in the Hanford area. These had been emptied and the natives relocated to facilitate the tests. And this is the first iteration of the nuclear terra nullius, and very disturbing. The second iteration is even more disturbing. Goin's landscapes are contaminated for a very long time. The emphasis on leakage of radioactive materials and the radioactive debris everywhere is unlikely to cease for the term of humanity's natural life, because their half-lives are 240,000 years. So the area will remain a terra nullius on a permanent basis. It is a permanent terra nullius. It cannot be inhabited any longer. Nuclear waste dumping is also precisely the same form, produce the same form. The point and problem with nuclear waste is, unless contained, the waste matter continues to radiate the neighborhood. So the land remains at risk from nuclear materials, especially if it is nuclear wastes. In this process, the waste of the white man's industry, nuclear industry, reinscribes the history of their domination of indigenous people. Or shall we say, even the white man's mass-produced waste has the agency to contaminate the indigenous people's lives. The Indigenous Environment Network, IEN, in its 1996 Indigenous Anti-Nuclear Summit Declaration said, I quote, "The nuclear industry, which has waged an undeclared war, has poisoned our communities worldwide. For more than 50 years, the legacy of the nuclear chain, from exploration to waste, has been proven through documentation to be genocidal, ethnocidal, and the most deadly enemy of indigenous people. So they successfully fought, the Indigenous Environmental Network successfully fought this. Terra nullius is a history of erasure in the past, but is also in the contemporary. It is the erasure of people, their memories, since the nuclear waste make the land irretrievable, as the statements indicate. As the statement says, which I just read out, and another part of it says, if the Yucca Mountain site is approved by the Congress, which is the United States Conference, it will store a total of 77,000 tons of highly radioactive waste. 77,000 tons of radioactive waste. Most of it spent fuel from nuclear power plants. The spent fuel, which will remain dangerous for hundreds of thousands of years, is now stored at dozens of power plant sites across the country. If the Congress allows the Yucca Mountain site to be approved, it would begin the largest nuclear waste transportation campaign in history, possibly endangering residents in 44 states, thousands of towns, cities, and tribal territories. Hence, nuclear and radioactive waste is an archive that cannot be retrieved without extreme danger. The land is a material witness then of invisible and dangerous erasures. If Goin photographs a terra nullius where the poisoning is insidious and invisible, paintings by Edward Burtynsky shows Ontario, Canada, Elliott Lake, where nothing grows any longer. The vegetation has been denuded and replaced, if that's the word, with sticks embedded in the tailings. And Burtynsky perhaps is moving beyond the terra nullius to terra vita nullius, where the land is without any life, the land where the possibility of life itself has been eroded. The older discourse of terra nullius then is a self-fulfilling prophecy, as the anti-nuclear movement's rhetoric and art indicates, and must be expanded as a terra vita nullius, a land that does not allow or belong to any form. And here I want to move the argument towards its conclusion to make a particular set of points. The terra nullius was a very useful and an excellent mechanism to facilitate the European conquest of any part of the world. So when the settler colonialism began in Canada and Australia, they pretended that the land belonged to nobody. In the 20th century, uranium mining does exactly that. It takes the Aboriginals, displaces them, and pretends that all's well, that this is doable simply because the natives are not objecting. It's not theirs. Ironically, like I pointed out, the protesters of the Aboriginal communities were seen as trespassers. But that's one side of it. The other side of it is what I have concluded with. It's also unfit for any other form of life. So it's not enough to argue that the nuclear terra nullius or acts of nuclear colonialism afflicts and affects the human life form alone. When the nuclear waste contaminates the soil, when the nuclear waste deteriorates through radioactivity, everything in that area is contaminated. And as you know, and as I just mentioned in the Marshall Islands, there's a photograph of Peter Goin of a whole beach covered in coconuts, which have fallen from the trees. But you can't even touch those coconuts. They're so radioactive. What I'm calling the terra vita nullius means, it's not that the land belongs to no human. It is also, in an act of nuclear colonialism, a land that belongs to no life form. Thank you.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for this outstanding lecture. And your lecture on nuclear colonialism has given us new perceptions to look at view literature with. Participants, if you have any questions, kindly post them in the chat box.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Listening to your lecture, and I feel personally that it talks about the one side, because we know that the entire globe needs energy nowadays. Without having the power from the nuclear center, how it's possible to meet the entire global energy, sir?
To begin with, if you are going to find energy sources that give you energy today and damage the world and its people forever, is that worth the effort? Primarily because the energy you gain today toxifies the environment for generations to come in the case of nuclear energy, unlike anything else. There is no other waste, no other detritus that is as dangerous as nuclear energy, as nuclear waste. That is the point. Other pollutions, other modes can be dispelled, dispersed, alleviated in terms of its risk, but not nuclear energy. Nuclear wastes are impossible to contain because they are longer than the lifespan of humanity itself. That is the point. You simply have to find other means of generating energy, because the toxicity involved in the nuclear, the entire nuclear process. We know that just one accident in Chernobyl has produced poisonous creatures, poisoned bodies, even 40, 50 years later. Yes, we need energy, but surely it also cannot be that this energy is purchased at the cost of the longevity of and safety of millions, because you may not even generate the energy that is required before an accident happens. For example, in Finland, which has 6 nuclear reactors, the 6th is about to be commissioned, they have already detected radiation in the plants in and around that area, which is where the problem is. I understand that the world requires energy. Yes, that nobody disputes. But surely the conservation of energy should go hand in hand with the production of energy as well. And that first part we are not taking care of, as we all agree. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So simply put, in one line, there is no such thing as safe nuclear energy. That doesn't work. There's no such possibility. Thank you, Art. Yes.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very pleasant experience with you, sir, and thank you for spending time with us amidst your busy schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We shall call it a day.